Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you all for your presence here this morning. We are really honored that you've come to join along with us at Agora Policy in this national policy conversation, this time on the state of anti-corruption policy and practice in Nigeria. We are indeed honored by your most distinguished presence. Please, before we begin proceedings for the day, may I invite us all to be upstanding for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Are we good to go, sir? Are we arising or? I have a fine voice. You want me to render it? One, two, three, go. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own, their native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you. We may resume our seats. Thank you all very much. I'm indeed honored by your presence. Thank you. Mr. Technical Man, you know, some persons will be joining us virtually. Please let's be sure that we get it right so that this our anti-corruption crusade will not impinge on that. Thank you, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are very honored to have in our presence this morning to give verve and meaning to what we are here to do, part of which is the presentation of the imperative of strengthening Nigeria's transparency and accountability measures, a publication of Agora Policy, a report which we shall be sharing later on, is part of what we are here to do, beyond the theme that we are preoccupying ourselves with is the state of anti-corruption policy and practice in Nigeria. Before I recognize some of our very distinguished guests here, may I find out if Farida Abbas Mohammed is in the house? Farida, wherever you are, please could you just signify by raising up your hand, because we are part of our program this morning. Okay, I don't think I have seen that, but we'll be on to that. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all. Permit me to especially recognize the presence of the Deputy Chairman of the House Committee on Financial Crimes and Anti-Corruption, Honorable Peter Akmanke, who is representing Obudu, Obanliku Bekwara Federal Constituency from Cross River State. We are really honored by your presence here. Thank you, because this gives some verve to what we are here to do, that members of the House of Representatives are particularly concerned about the issues of corruption and financial crimes. We're also honored by the presence of the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Mr. Richard Montgomery. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this. I try to call him Your Excellency, and he says, no, just Richard. So you're most welcome. We are honored by your presence. May we also especially recognize the presence of a most distinguished Nigerian. We shall get to meet him later on, because he will be speaking to us in a keynote address that would encapsulate much of what we are here to give meaning to this morning. The most distinguished Emeritus Professor Adele Jinodu Thank you very much, sir. We are honored by your presence here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I think the applause should be a lot more resounding, I believe. Thank you. Particularly for Professor Adeleje Nodu. Thank you, sir. I'm also honored by the distinguished presence of the Director General of the National Orientation Agency, Malam Lanre Insa Onilu. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence here. And you're welcome. It's good seeing you again after a while. And we also welcome you, the board chair of Agora Policy, Ms. Ojobo Atuluku. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are really honored by your presence. May I also specially recognize the presence of the lead governance specialist for the World Bank, Debbie Issa. Thank you, Debbie. We are honored by your presence. We are particularly excited that the chairman of the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission, Barrister Muhuyi Magaji, is here with us. Thank you also. You came all the way from Kano to give voice to our advocacy. May I also most specially welcome the chairman of the Code of Conduct Bureau, Dr. Abdullahi Bello. Thank you, sir. We are indeed grateful for your presence here. Representing the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Director Planning Policy Research for the EFCC, Mrs. Adejoke Liman. There are special persons that I have to welcome because this is a transgenerational program. Perhaps by the time we hear from Professor Jinodu later on, we'll know why those who are carrying on the baton are particularly excited that those coming behind those carrying the baton now have younger Nigerians representing the younger generation of humanity in the crusade on anti-corruption. And so we're happy to have in our presence this morning students of Juliet Academy. Where are you? Please, could you just rise? Let's notice that you are here. Thank you. We also have students of Great Zion Academy. Where are you? Thank you. Okay, and their teacher Rose as well. Thank you. We welcome you, students of Nature Nurtured Academy. It's a special name. Nature Nurtured Academy. We have students also of the Golden Good Shepherd Academy. Oh, wonderful. We are also honored by the most exciting presence of students of the University of Abuja. I wouldn't know what department, but they are here. Thank you, quite a number of them. And then members of the National Youth Service Corps. Where are you? Aha, if I didn't see, okay, you know, Ajuwaya, take your seats. Thank you very much, we are honored. May we also specially recognize the presence of the Chief Imam of Al-Habibiyya Organization, Imam Fuad Adeyemi. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, thank you. I know that we have quite a number of other friends who are in the house. We shall recognize them as we go along, but please permit me to quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Chido Onuma, who will be speaking to us later on in the panel discussion. And we also will have from CDD West Africa, Mary Okwe, thank you for being a part of this process. May we also specially recognize the presence of Mrs. Feromi Yonda, who would also join us in the panel discussion later on. Do we have Farida in the house now? Okay, Jamila Abbas. I stand corrected. Jamila Abbas. Oh, okay. I think we mixed it up. Maybe that's why I asked where you were and you did not signify by raising up your hands. Please, let's put our hands together for Jamila Abbas Muhammad. She's going to launch us onto this process with a spoken poem. Another round of applause for her. Thank you. Jamila? Sorry, thank you.
The national flower of my country doesn't grow inside this nation. This is to say, it can't find a place to rest its head in a place it calls home. This is to say, rot can eat away at a country so deep beauty will decay. A writer in my country once said, "It is madness to think that Nigeria would ever work." But I refuse to inherit this dream. As children, we will chant, leaders, children are the leaders of tomorrow, but here I am, today is Tuesday, the Hamatan of 2024, and I am grown, still waiting for this tomorrow to come. How many more years must I wait to be old enough? I have journeyed to become a tool of repair, but in this process I've been broken by the hands I trusted to lift me, by the words of those who came before me. We've been told, blessed is he who bites and soothes, for he will never be found out. Blessed is the man who burns another's house and gifts him the next morning, for he shall be called merciful. Blessed is the man who robs you of 5 naira and gives you 1 naira for salt, for he shall be called generous. But we refuse these twisted blessings, because we are the children of hope, born from the ashes of yesterday's dreams. Today, we gather in this auditorium of new beginnings to reclaim the integrity of our heroes, the ones who labored, who believed, who dreamt of unity but were betrayed by greed. We pledge to do better, to become the answers we've been searching for. It's a romantic notion, I know. It's a romantic notion to believe that a righteous few can defy a great evil. But see, we Nigerians have always danced to the rhythm of romance, captain dreams from the melodies of our lives we create, a poem, a community, a moral principle, one peaceful moment. To stop this depravity at its roots, not just in the chambers of power, but in our homes, in the values we teach, in the actions we tolerate, and in the way we hold ourselves accountable. Let this moment be our stand, to build integrity from our own foundations, to reclaim what was lost, to pave a path for tomorrow. One action at a time, we will begin. Right here, we will begin. So help us, God. Thank you very much, and have a lovely day.
Thank you very much, Jamila. We are really honored and excited. And we say amen to the prayer, because I heard, help me God at the end of it. We'll have the privilege of another experience with other spoken word artists who are young Nigerians later on. So we'll just use them to constitute commas in the sentence structure of our narrative this morning. At this point, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the special privilege and pleasure to invite the chair of the board of Agora Policy, a principal partner, law consult, a law firm. She's had extensive work experience in the civil society and development sectors. She has held high-profile positions, such as Country Director of ActionAid Nigeria, a Regional Director for ActionAid International Africa, and the Global Director for International Programs at Christian Aid. She earned her undergraduate degree in law from the prestigious University of Jos, and a Master of Public Administration from Harvard University, where she was also a Mason Fellow, an Ash Fellow in Democracy, and a mid-career fellow on international and humanitarian NGOs. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Ms. Ojobo Ode Atuluku, Chair, Agora Policy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I stand on existing protocols? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and those of us still trying to distinguish between corruption, stealing, misappropriation, or simply swallowed by a snake. Today, whenever and wherever corruption is being fought, be careful, because corruption might just be smiling and shaking hands with us all. Like a Nollywood plot, just when you think the villain is caught, you realize it is a to be continued. On behalf of the partners, Agora Policy, Center for Democracy and Development, and Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, it is my utmost privilege and pleasure to welcome each of you, especially as co-warriors in the war against corruption in Nigeria. While this is not a vote of thanks, I really do need to thank and welcome you all for deeming this a vital issue for which to invest your time. Particularly, I want to appreciate especially MacArthur Foundation, the British High Commission, the World Bank, key agencies here who are leading our national fight against corruption, and our Prof. Jinedu, our eminent speaker, our distinguished panelists, and other key people in the room. Allow me to take a moment to tell you about Agora Policy, not because it's the only organizer, but because it's the youngest of the three partners, and you may know less about it than about the other two, CDD and CFTPI. Agora Policy is a Nigerian think tank dedicated to developing practical solutions for the country's pressing challenges. Through comprehensive research and policy analysis, we address critical areas such as economic development, governance, security, and social inclusion. We have made some mark in the area of economic reforms, where we've provided actionable recommendations to revitalize Nigeria's economy. In our report, Options for Revamping Nigeria's Economy, Agora Policy has highlighted the disparity between revenue growth and expenditure increases, advocating for amendments to the Fiscal Responsibility Act and stricter enforcement of its provisions. In the area of anti-corruption measures, as a think tank, we emphasize the need to strengthen anti-corruption efforts by addressing legislative gaps and ensuring effective implementation of transparency initiatives. This approach aims to enhance governance and foster sustainable development. In the area of social inclusion, Agora Policy advocates for greater inclusion of marginalized groups, such as women and persons with disabilities, in political and economic spheres. By highlighting existing inequalities and proposing actionable steps, we seek to promote a more inclusive society. Agora Policy has comprehensive approach to policy analysis and advocacy positions that can be used as a model for similar organizations across Africa and beyond. Our methodologies in addressing complex socio-economic issues can be adapted to other developing nations facing comparable challenges. By fostering collaboration with international bodies and sharing best practices, Agora Policy contributes to global discussions on sustainable development, governance, and social inclusion. In summary, Agora Policy plays a pivotal role in shaping Nigeria's policy landscape through rigorous research and advocacy. Our efforts not only impact national development, but also offer valuable insights and frameworks applicable to international context. It's in the light of this that we are meeting today to take stock of where we are in the fight against corruption in a holistic and intergenerational way. At this point, let me acknowledge the youth in the room and we've already met you earlier. It's really a pleasure to have the youth, the young persons in the room, the young persons holding the baton, crossing time in this fight against corruption. Please, let's give them a round of applause. In this day and age, it's not easy for anybody to take a stand against corruption, and even less easy for a young person to do that. As we commemorate this year's International Anti-Corruption Day with the theme, Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity, this event is organized as part of those activities marking the day, and this is why we are intentional in bringing in youth into the conversation. The major highlight today is the presentation of a report we did shortly after the 2023 elections on the need to strengthen anti-corruption measures. The overriding message is that anti-corruption should not fall off the radar with change in government. We believe the message is still relevant even today. It's also critical to note that today, this event falls on International Human Rights Day, and it also falls in the 16 years within which we mark the issues of activism against violence against women and other gender-based violence. There are so many critical issues happening within these 16 days. It's really important to also see how all of them link together, how even corruption initiatives drive those other challenges we have in all the other special days that we are marking within these 16 days between November 25th and today, December 10th. I leave the rest to unfold as we continue this meeting. I encourage your active participation and engagement and really appreciate your time with us today. Thank you very much.
For the warm welcome, can we put our hands together once more for Ms. Ojobe Achuluku, Board Chair, Agora Policy, and thank you very much, ma'am. The major sponsors of this program this morning are the MacArthur Foundation. And we're particularly honored that the Africa Director, MacArthur Foundation, will be joining us online in a moment for his opening remarks. The gentleman was educated at the University of Maiduguri and also at the Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria and the University of Toronto. Is co-director, MacArthur Foundation, on Nigeria's program, which in the last decade has worked with government agencies, civil society organizations, think tanks, and the media to deepen transparency and accountability in Nigeria. MacArthur Foundation provides significant support to the three major organizations hosting today's event: Agora Policy, Center for Democracy and Development, as well as the CFPTI, and is the sole sponsor of this event, like we mentioned earlier. He joins us this morning from Toronto to deliver his opening remarks. Let's welcome Dr. Kule Shetima. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you, MC, for this exaggerated introduction. I am happy to adopt the protocol that you have established, but also to join in especially welcoming our youth who have joined us this morning at this event. I think it's a remarkable reflection of the theme for this year's celebration of the Anti-Corruption Day. But I think it's also in tune with the work that we at the MacArthur Foundation have been doing in establishing a very strong relationship with young people, with children, as part of the effort of the work we have done on behavioral change and catching them young as well. We at the MacArthur Foundation are very happy to join the three organizations and especially Agora Policy for taking this lead in organizing this event. At the MacArthur Foundation, we think that anti-corruption is central and critical. I think as our former president said, if we don't kill corruption, I think corruption is going to kill us. I think there is no doubt about the importance and the significance as to why we all have to join forces, the young, the old, and including the future generation, if possible, in this fight that we all are launching against corruption. It's also important that we involve various agencies of government, and I'm happy here that there are members from the executive from the executive arm of government, from the state level of government as well, the Kano Anti-Corruption Agency, the legislators, the executive, and I think every one of us, I think, should be, see this as a whole society approach to fight corruption. As I said earlier, I think as our former president said, if we don't kill corruption, corruption is going to kill us. I think that is true. I think it's going to kill us, I think both literally and metaphorically. I think that for us at the MacArthur Foundation, we see that corruption is probably the most important and most significant challenge to our nation's development, based on all the data and all the statistics that have been produced in terms of how corruption has denied our youth, ourselves, our future, our present, whether in terms of basic things like water, roads, electricity, health services, and each and everything of our basic necessities have been compromised as a result of the corruption that we all face. So corruption is a tangible, human, relatable challenge that all of us are facing. And unless we fight and reduce it to the barriers minimum that we can, we know that our present and our future are all in danger of this monstrous cancer that has engulfed our fabric of our society. And therefore, at the MacArthur Foundation, when we are doing this work, I think we approach it in using 4 tools. One is around behavioral change, where we work with a number of entertainment industries, trying to question the way and manner in which we show our role models in society. We also work with faith-based leaders, and I'm happy that the Imam of Al-Habibiyah Mosque is here among one of the people that we work with around behavioral change, and essentially asking the question about what is the role of faith. And if 100% of Nigerians believe that either they are Muslims or Christians, or they follow traditional religion, what does our faith say about this monster? We support investigative journalism because we think that independent media is critical and very important. And I'm happy that we support not less than probably 80 media organizations in the country who are doing critical and very important investigations around anti-corruption and corruption. We also support a number of civil society groups and organizations who are doing policy advocacy, who are proposing new ideas, who are challenging and naming and shaming as well. And then, of course, we support a number of the, we do a lot of work around criminal justice system, which essentially what it does is to support many of the anti-corruption agencies that also have been introduced in this space, and others that probably are also on their way to participate in these conversations as well. So using those 4 tools around behavioral change, around strengthening of the criminal justice system, supporting investigative journalism, and support for civil society groups and organizations, we think that that's one way to do that. You'll see that the work we do, we support civil society groups and organizations, but we also believe that supporting government is also critical and very important, because we want to assume that government people are not necessarily bad, corrupt people, but that we can also support them to do the right thing, and that if there are ways in which we can support them to do the right thing, I think that we are very happy to be part of that conversation and process as well. So let me not take too much of your time, but just to say that this work that we are all doing, as I said, is really, really about our present and our future. I think that if you look at the work that have been done by the anti-corruption agencies, by the civil society groups and organizations, I think that we all know that without the work that's been done, even the little progress we see in this country will not be seen. I think some of the revelations that we have all read and that which are mind-boggling in terms of recoveries, in terms of the constituency projects that have been done, in terms of the illicit financial flows that have been blocked out of our country. I think these are all important critical elements of the anti-corruption work that have been done. And therefore, I hope that those people in authority and those people in civil society will join all of us to reduce corruption in our country, just for us, but also for the future of the young people who have joined us behind us, because they need quality education, they need good health, they need to feel a secure environment. And if the resources that are meant for these services are being taken or literally eaten by very few in our society, we know that we are creating a danger for them, but also a danger for those of us who are now maybe in our 60s and 70s as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give these few remarks, and I will also continue to follow, and I look forward to Professor Junaidu's presentation, but also for the launching of the report that is going to be launched as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kole Shetima, for the insights you've provided on what we've come here to do today, and for the support you've lent to the process of the policy conversation this morning. Before we proceed, may I find out if a gentleman called Ekpeyong is a young man, is in the house? Please, could you indicate by waving your hand? Okay, fantastic. So we would have you here in a moment. But meanwhile, please permit me, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to specially recognize the presence of the Executive Director, Policy Innovation Center, Dr. Usasui Derisu. Thank you very much, ma'am. We're honored by your presence. Thank you. May I also specially recognize the presence of Lillian Ekianyamu of the UNODC. Lillian Ekianyamu, please. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are honored by your presence. We also have some friends of the House from the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. Jahanzib Khan, who is, it says illicit finance advisor. I think it's not that we are illicit, or the kind of advice we give is illicit, no. But that's the office you tackle. Jahazib, we thank you very much for your presence here this morning. May we also welcome Mr. Chris Okeke, who is a senior governance advisor. Thank you very much for the FCDO, the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. Another senior political advisor of the British High Commission, Ms. Damola Oyedele. Thank you also for your presence here. We are honored. May I also specially recognize and welcome my friend and brother, the chairman, this day editorial board, Mr. Olusegun Adeniyi. Where is Sheg? Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, will punctuate this process before we invite some of our distinguished guests to present their goodwill messages with a spoken word. This time by a young man whose name is Ekpeyong. Please step forth. Ekpeyong Kingsley Rowland in a spoken word performance in a moment. Thank you. I like your hairstyle.
I'm searching in between the lines of a book for how to steal a caterpillar's dream without breaking a butterfly's wing. All my mother's children are butterflies, finding wings to fly them to a place where the flight of their dream isn't a taboo. Here, they must remain caterpillars, crawl the ends of Nigeria in search of color for their dying bodies, while a politician fills his stomach with rainbows and paints his face as Joker. Whoever agrees that their father is a clown? What daughter agrees that her mother is the witch loading offshore accounts with laughter, while homeless girls are left with funeral songs? In traffic, a little girl with eyes as heavy as a cloud that holds rain beckons on me to buy her oranges. I ask why she isn't in school. The dam of her eyes break. Her tears paddle my unease to all the places where corruption kills us. To the ward of a general hospital where oxygen cylinders, unaccounted for, disappeared into thin air. An old man struggles to breathe on his sick bed, seconds before giving up the ghost, giving new meaning to the phrase, "This country will leave you breathless." To the scene of an accident after a bus runs into a ditch along Calabar-Itu Highway, a road marked by endless years of dilapidation and yet multiple contract awards. The blood of the victim screaming the country's name, as if Wazobia means, "Come and die here." To the cell of a prison, holding an activist after he was jailed for speaking up against corruption. This is how you make a flower wilt. This is how you break a butterfly's wing. But some caterpillars have learned to call down metamorphosis multiple times. Though his body is locked up, his mind is free from the bars. His resolve, like the courage of a heavily armed battalion, beats through his chest, thumping, thumping, and thumping. He believes one day everyone would join in singing this freedom song. He believes one day this garden of dead caterpillars will be filled with beautiful, colorful butterflies. He believes one day this garden of dead caterpillars will be filled with beautiful, colorful butterflies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for the young man once more. Ekpeyong Kingsley Rowland. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have some goodwill messages, those who have identified with this conversation even before now, and they are still leaning some weight on what we are here to do. The state of anti-corruption policy and practice in Nigeria. I'm particularly honored first to invite Thank you. We're particularly happy that some of the friends of Agora Policy are here to lend some weight to what we are doing. First on my list of goodwill, not messengers, to deliver goodwill messages is the gentleman who says I should not call him His Excellency, but just Mr. Richard Montgomery of the British High Commission. Please let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Adjust that a bit.
Can you hear me at the back? You have to wave at the back if you can hear me, so I know that you have heard me. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And let me just commend the last poet. What a fantastic piece of poetry. Absolutely, corruption can leave you breathless. But Deputy Chairman, sir, and Professor Janedu, and of course senior officials, distinguished guests, please allow me to stand on protocol already observed. I really was very grateful for the opportunity to speak today and to say a few words, and I wanted to thank the MacArthur Foundation but also to Agora Policy for organising this event. I have a growing admiration for Agora Policy. You're producing some fantastic policy notes and memos in quite a short period of time. And I'm an avid reader of your products, including the report today, which I'll come to. Corruption, as we've heard from some of the particularly younger poets this morning, is a very emotive and heart-wrenching issue. It's also a politically fraught and very sensitive issue. And as a foreign diplomat, I have to be careful what I say. I'm a guest in your country. I have to avoid making assumptions and sounding disrespectful. I need to, as some might say, stay in my lane. So I've actually primarily come here to listen and learn and make sure that we're picking up the main products of your work. And that's why members of my team from the British High Commission working on illicit finance, on the politics, on the governance, why they've come this morning. But I can say a few things about the way we see the general picture, and I can say a few things about the UK interest and our collaboration with Nigerian champions and official agencies, cooperation that we've agreed with the relevant authorities. And on the general picture, as I think some eloquent speeches have said, there's plenty of international evidence that corruption is incredibly corrosive and damaging. It diverts public resources, it perpetuates poverty, it raises the cost of doing business, and it breeds distrust between people and their governments. And in relation to Nigeria, the UK has an interest and it has some roles. We have a history in collaborating with, I think, Madam, you said, the warriors against corruption, and many Nigerian partner institutions. And we've made some significant efforts since the return of democracy in 1999. Efforts to build more effective anti-corruption agencies and investigate and prosecute some of the worst corruption and economic crimes. And the UK's National Crime Agency, we have a productive working partnership with the EFCC, represented by Madam in the front row here. We have a very productive relationship under the present leadership with the Central Bank of Nigeria and with Nigeria's Financial Intelligence Unit on tracking illicit flows, which is why Jahanzeb is here today. And we do try and go up after illicit financial flows and corrupt assets where they touch on UK jurisdiction and we have the evidence to act. And there are some broader areas of capacity building that we're interested in continuing our work. We've been working together with Nigerian partners on building what we call beneficial ownership registers, on which we've seen some real progress in Nigeria in recent years. Who really controls a company? We need to know this so that the regulatory agencies and the law enforcement agencies can do their jobs. There is more to do on this issue, but the progress here has been significant, and Nigeria has the potential to be a real leader on the continent on this issue of beneficial company ownership. We've also responded in our small way and supported the work of people like Waziri Adio and the work in Nigeria of putting the Global Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative into practice. And I think over time, NETI has begun to provide much better information on licensing, revenue, expenditure across the extractive industries, and particularly in the oil sector. Though, Waziri, as you say in your book, the arc of the possible, there is more to do. And this issue of continuing transparency in the oil sector about its assets, its liabilities, its revenue, about oil bunkering, more progress is needed to attract more investment into the extractive sector. So again, progress being made, but more needed. There are, of course, many challenges to be dealt with, which are exacerbated by international financial systems. Because money, quite rightly, moves across borders, but obviously not always transparently. And we accept in the UK that we are not blameless and the UK's financial sector has consistently ranked in the top 15 countries for the Global Financial Secrecy Index. So this implies that we are enabling a permissive environment for illicit financial flows. It implies we are undermining the integrity of our own markets. And we need to do more to address the financial vulnerabilities in our systems in the UK as well as in other countries. So what can I say about the way ahead for the UK that might be of relevance for Nigeria? Well, first I'd say that when my Foreign Secretary came to Nigeria only 4 months into the new UK government, and he met with the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs, he met with His Excellency the President, they signed a strategic partnership between UK and Nigeria. And in that strategic partnership, it's a public document, you can look for it online, there is particular text which was agreed that we should work more closely on countering illicit finance. They agreed that we should collaborate more on detection, investigation and prosecution, and do more to address vulnerabilities in global financial systems, including in London and Nigeria. Second, we'll continue to work and collaborate with a number of the anti-corruption agencies here, some represented in the room today, both on capacity issues, aligning standards, and ensure that we can meet the standards for mutual legal assistance. Evidence needs to be credible to go through the courts. And third, we will continue to work on financial intelligence, improving financial intelligence and evidence collection, which enables us to bring grand corruption cases to courts, particularly in the UK, successfully. The fourth and final thing I'd say, and this is particularly relevant for today's event and the report that's being launched today, is that my Foreign Secretary has actually just launched a new consultation for a UK anti-corruption a UK anti-corruption strategy. And it's clear that my Foreign Secretary, my government, wants to improve our efforts, both domestically in the UK, but also internationally with our partners, including in Nigeria. And he has, for example, committed to a summit of financial centres in 2025, and we're very much hoping that Nigeria will be a participant in that summit, which will hopefully agree more joint action across jurisdictions. So I hope that shows that the UK has a legitimate interest and has a small part to play in our own way, both at home and abroad. But I'll end by saying real change can only come from Nigerian warriors, Nigerian leaders, and Nigerian institutions. We'll help where we can and where we're asked, but we are particularly keen to get behind people who have the bravery, courage to take these issues on in Nigeria. And we will be keen to take the lessons both from the Agora Policy Report and any discussions through today, and we will be feeding, my team here will be feeding some of those issues into our UK anti-corruption strategy in the coming weeks and months. So thank you very much for listening. I wish you well with your proceedings today, and you have my best goodwill for today's event. Thank you. Thank you.
Please, let's keep the applause going for the British High Commissioner. Thank you very much for important points that have been made. Thank you. And while that was going on, some of our friends also joined us. So before we invite another goodwill message from a very distinguished Nigerian, permit me to recognize the presence of the Executive Director, Paradigm Leadership Support Initiative, Olusegun Elemo. Thank you very much, sir. May I also specially recognize and welcome the Director of Programs, Step Up Nigeria, Mrs. Feromi Yonda. Thank you, ma'am. You're most welcome. Thank you for what you're doing with the young and upcoming Nigerians. And my friend that I only see at conferences these days, programs such as this, is of the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity as the Executive Director, Dr. Umar Yakubu. Good to see you, Umar. You're welcome. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to now invite the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Financial Crimes, representing Obudu, Obanliku Bekwara Federal Constituency, Cross River State of Nigeria, Honorable Peter Akpanke. Please let's put our hands together for him. It's where Obudu Cattle Ranch is. That's where our guy is coming from.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let me stand on the existing protocol, but I will give special recognition to the director from EFCC, and because that is one of my immediate constituencies before I got to the House of Reps. I welcome you all. I'm here on dual capacity. I'm representing the chairman of the Committee on Financial Crimes, Honorable Ginger Onsibe, and the entire Financial Crimes Committee and management and leadership of the National Assembly. A goodwill message by Honorable Ginger Onsibe, Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Financial Crimes, during a policy conversation on the state of the anti-corruption policies and practice in Nigeria, organized by Agora Policy, the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, CFTPA, held on Tuesday, 10th December 2024 at the main auditorium, Yaradua Center, Abuja. Protocol. Permit me to start by saying the meeting of today is a very significant one, considering the theme, which explicitly sits properly with the battle against corruption in our climate. I want to specifically thank the organizers for putting this spectacular event together to mark 2024 International Anti-Corruption Day. It is sickening to know that our country is being particularly pillaged with a special viciousness quite unmatched in our shared history as a result of the unprecedented upsurge in corruption-related cases. The amounts of money involved in various forms of transnational corruption are so large that they affect not only the integrity of domestic economies but international financial system as well. It was recently estimated that the amounts currently exported from Nigeria alone exceeded $100 billion between the mid-1980s and the 1999. Corruption in Nigeria impairs economic development by transferring large sums of money in precisely the opposite direction to what is needed. Funds intended for aid and investment instead flow quickly back to the accounts of corrupt officials. Random effects of the economic chaos generated by corruption at home. The reverse flow of capital leads in turn to political and economic instability, poor infrastructure, education, health, and other services. Therefore, I see this meeting as a call to further action for concerted efforts in the fighting the evil which corruption has brought to our country. We must deliberately allow ourselves to be fired up by a sense of nationalism and patriotism if we are going to achieve stupendously in the war against corruption. Despite being Africa's largest economy and most populous country with abundant natural resources, Nigeria still faces substantial development challenges, and corruption lies at the heart of many of the country's problems. Corruption hinders economic development by reducing domestic investment, discouraging foreign direct investment, encouraging overspending in government, and distorting the composition of government spending away from education, health, and infrastructure maintenance towards less efficient but more manipulable. Corruption has an impact on 1, investment in general, 2, foreign direct investment and capital inflows, 3, foreign trade and aid, 4, official growth, 5, inequality, 6, government expenditure and services, and 7, shadow economic and crime. The quality of education and healthcare also deteriorates under a corrupt economy, leading to an overall lower standard of living for the country's citizens. Data on corruption's impact, high prices for low quality, inefficiently allocated resources, uneven distribution of wealth, low stimulus for innovation, etc. Indeed, Many pundits have argued that corruption distorts incentives and market forces, leading to the misallocation of resources, diverse talents and resources, including human resources, towards lucrative rent-seeking activities, acts as an inefficient tax on business, ultimately raising production costs and reducing the profitability. There is now increasing recognition throughout the public and private sectors that corruption is a serious obstacle to effective government economic growth and stability, and that anti-corruption policies and most stringent legislations are urgently needed at the national and international levels. Not too long ago, the legality of the EFCC was challenged in court by some state governors. However, in a landmark judgment, the Supreme Court upheld EFCC's prosecutorial powers, affirming that the laws establishing anti-corruption agencies were validly enacted by the National Assembly. We must commend the judiciary for standing firm and adding value to the anti-corruption fight. This judgment reflects the beauty of democracy, where the validity of laws can be tested. Nevertheless, we must strengthen our anti-corruption laws to reflect present-day realities and align with global best practices. It is interesting to note that the 10th House of Representatives, under the leadership of Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, is demonstrating absolute commitment to reviewing and modernizing laws and enhancing executive-legislative engagement. Our committee is prepared to replicate the same trajectory by supporting and providing an enabling environment and laws that will strengthen anti-corruption agencies to function effectively. To this end, our committee is taking a cursory look and overhauling our anti-corruption legislation to sharpen its teeth for the progress and development of our nation. Conclusion: we must encourage an aggressive approach and take all necessary actions to protect the legislative right of anti-corruption organizations in Nigeria to unlock transformative opportunity within their statutory obligations. Talking about solutions, part of the solution is the need to sharpen the teeth of anti-corruption agencies through lawmaking to fit into present-day realities as a fallout of the recent Supreme Court judgment. Also, the 10th House of Representatives has deepened its oversight of ministry and agencies to ensure proper accountability. There is need for legislative intervention from lawmakers to address the wrong practice where judges feel they cannot be tried by any court of competent jurisdiction except you go through the NJC, who says a vigorous oversight function from the legislature will not augur well for the fight against corruption in Nigeria. What I'm saying is that we are ready to fight with openness and favor by using necessary legislative means to turn things around for the most interest of anti-graft agencies. Specifically, robust legislative actions will be put in place to check advance fee fraud, which has continued to drive away foreign investors, and the Anti-Corruption, Anti-Money Laundering Act should be revisited to avoid reluting recovered assets and funds. Ultimately, we shall explore internal mechanisms within the 10th Assembly to push for genuine reforms that will be pragmatically beneficial to the fight against corruption. Finally, we must all continue to promote conversations around creative initiatives to further unleash perpetual cooperative potential between us. Nothing should dare us from laying solid bricks on the foundation of fighting corruption in our dear country. Thank you for the opportunity to bear my mind. God bless you all.
Please, let's put our hands together once more for Honorable Akpanke. He had said that it would take just 5 minutes to present the address of the chairman of the committee. It's particularly heartwarming that there is a committee in the House of Representatives that's on financial crimes. And it's also particularly encouraging that the deputy chairman is coming with some experience from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Thank you very much, Honorable Akpanke. Thank you. At this point, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite the Director General of the National Orientation Agency, Malam Lanre Issa Onilu. Please, let's put our hands together for him. to get all of us to buy into the corruption crusade, to love Nigeria, to render the national anthem, etc., etc., to those who are concerned.
Well, good morning, everyone. I've seen people come here to say they stand on existing protocol, so I wonder if there's this space left on the protocol to stand on. But let me say clearly that there can be a better time to talk about this issue of corruption. And I must particularly commend our friend from the British High Commission, who stood on his lane while discussing Nigeria, but while discussing the role of foreign partners, was very emphatic and truthful. Because the corruption that we talk about would not have been this challenging if the foreign participants have not given this leeway to people who are involved in corruption. For Nigeria, let me say specifically that we can focus on all the policies that we have designed to fight corruption, including strengthening the agencies that are focused on this issue. But for us at the National Orientation Agency, our mandate has given us this angle to the whole issue, which is about the issue of national identity. You must understand who you are before you can actually develop the kind of attitude that can either support the issue of moral rectitude, or for you to be able to live up to the expectations of the society, whether within or the global community. The question of who is a Nigerian is there hanging in the air. If I pose that question to this august gathering, that who is a Nigerian, we're going to give different definition, because there's no official definition of who a Nigerian is. When you talk of the Yoruba race, of which I belong, there's the concept of Omoluabi, which epitomizes the best virtue of the Yoruba person. And when you step out of the line, you become uncomfortable, because they can clearly tell you that you are no longer an Omoluabi. And you don't want to be referred to as somebody that is not an Omoluabi. What is the definition of the Nigerian Omoluabi? Who is that person that represents the best virtue of who a Nigerian is? And because we have not defined who we are, it is difficult for an average Nigerian to actually position himself and say, I want to be the best of Nigeria. And because we have also not done that, the world has now their own perception of who we are. And who do we think they are? You've seen a lot of videos all across, flying from other countries. There seems to be a consensus on the global stage that Nigerians are smart people, that we are confident people. They agree on that. But when you ask for an example of how smart we are, then they tell you how a Nigerian successfully sold an airport that does not exist. Of course, that is smartness. But is that the kind of smartness that we want to be known for? Yeah, because we have not made it known to ourselves and to the global community that the smartness of a Nigerian is positive. And those who behave otherwise actually are not representing us. And so, for us, we think we should also emphasize the issue of moral rectitude. Develop a set of attributes of who a Nigerian is, such that we make this country uncomfortable for people with bad behaviors. And that also means policies must also focus on removing pressures, motivators, and drivers of corruption, not just prosecution if I need to look for 10 million naira to buy a car, and my salary cannot give me 10 million in 10 years, so that is a pressure. If I have to send my children to school and I can't afford it, and there is no policy supporting me to be able to do that basic thing for my children, these are some of the drivers of corruption. So cost burdens, we need to also focus policy on such issues of health care, of education. You know, the socialist concept of association tells us that an association must provide 3 basic needs. You talk of the material needs of the people. You talk of the moral needs of the people. And then you talk of the psychological needs of the people. People must have reason to believe in the country. So for Nigeria as a country, the government has actually done put in place some of those policies that are needed to ensure that we are able to provide an environment that reduces the tendency for people to want to game the system. Such policy includes the student loan. Student loan provide that opportunity for parents, for guardians, to be able to send their children to school without having to be desperate, you know, looking for resources to do that. And this is what happens in other developed nations. The consumer credit system is one other issue that is capable of taking some of the cost burden, you know, from us. But I also want to talk about the agencies that are focused on fighting corruption. In the last 1 year, I think I have reason to commend the 2 main agencies, that is the EFCC and the ICPC. Because part of the issues we have had in the past is the focus on the process rather than the outcomes. So we just heard about a week ago of the recovery of over 700 duplexes, property that somebody felt that was what he needed to save the world. We didn't hear whatever has happened before, and that is the way to go. In the past, we waste so much energy on the process. Somebody has been arrested, somebody has been taken to court, and then people begin to talk of, you know, media trial and all of that. That is not happening any longer. We are not hearing the noise of it. We are getting results, and the outcomes are coming. And so that is the way I think we should continue. So I want to commend the 2 agencies who are making less noise. In fact, they are not making noise at all. They are just focused on delivery, and we are getting results for that. So the agency that I sit at the head, we came up with what we call the National Identity Project, where we try to define who a Nigerian is. And we brought together, you know, a lot of groups, the students, the youth, people from the civil society, people from the media, all across, you know, the different segments of the society. And we find, you know, a common ground, and we came up with a blueprint on what we call the National Identity Project, which was delivered and received by the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, January this year. And we took this to the Federal Executive Council as a memo. And I'm happy to also say that the Federal Executive Council approved this identity project. The identity project is that one that defines who a Nigerian is, such that people who do not meet this criteria are considered to be different to who they are supposed to be, and they are supposed to now be taken out as people who are not representing who we are. And we also understand that there have been a lot of effort in the past at galvanizing Nigerians to be patriotic. Lack of corruption or not being corrupt is also an element of patriotism. if you're patriotic, you're not going to game the system. You're not going to try to cheat or take what belongs to the people. You know, so now we found out that past effort from mid-80s, for instance, we had Andrew, please don't check out. Those who are old enough will remember Andrew, please don't check out. When they talk of JAPA now, JAPA is not just happening. In fact, this is not JAPA. If they will tell you that JAPA that happened in the mid-80s was almost like an exodus. You know, people were trooping out of this country that the then head of state had to do a national broadcast where he encouraged all of us to stay back. It was an effort to encourage Nigerians to do that. Then we had during the ebullient, the time of the ebullient Akuyili, good people, good nation. You know, there was a lot of, you know, effort to ensure that we galvanize ourselves, we promote patriotism, and create that sense of, you know, love for the country. And the last one was change begins with me. The question is with who? With the citizens or with the government, or with both? And we think that change should begin with both sides, you know, to this issue, the citizens and the country. So, and in the National Identity Project, what we have developed is what we call the National Values Charter. This charter represents an agreement between the country and the citizens, where we clearly define what the country's roles are towards the citizens. And anybody like myself who has found myself occupying this position, if I do not live up to those clearly spelled out, you know, attributes, then I can be challenged as having not been a good Nigerian, because I'm not meeting up to the definition of who a Nigerian is. And so we call that the Nigerian promise. You have the American dream, for instance. American dream defines who Americans are. It speaks to the issue of liberty, pursuit of happiness, exceptionalism, and all the rest. And so it is difficult for you to be raised as an American, and then you become a movie maker, and then you do your script, and in that your movie, America is defeated. Have you ever watched such a movie before? Whether they are fighting people from the space, or Arabs, or Russia, America must win, because that's the way they are raised. They've said they are exceptional people. They've defined themselves. So they have an identity, and they want to live up to it. And when you don't live up to it, you see yourself as not being a good American. So we must get to that situation where somebody, without anybody telling him, will begin to see himself as not being a good Nigerian. So we can't achieve that if we do not know and agree on who a Nigerian is. I must commend this effort. This is not the first program by Agora and the partners that I'm attending. And I can also assure you that I get all the publications and I read them. And they are also helping us, you know, as input into what we are doing at NOA. So I want to commend Agora for this effort and all the partners. And it takes all of us to work together to get Nigeria to that stage where people with bad behaviors become uncomfortable. And we must take oxygen away from them. Thank you very much.
National Values Charter. Director General, National Orientation Agency, Malam Lanre Isa Onilu, thank you very much for keying us into the dream of a new Nigeria. Your Excellency, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me especially great pleasure to now invite the lead governance specialist for the World Bank, Debbie Issa, to also speak to us. Please, let's put our hands together for her. We're indeed honored. Thank you for coming along. They say when some people hear World Bank, they say, which money that they put for the time bank? Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here representing the country director of the World Bank, Mr. Ndiame Diop, who is right now in Borno, doing a visit there, which is why he's not here himself. I'm not a diplomat, and I always get confused with protocol, so I think please allow me to stand on the existing protocols. I believe that's the way it's said here. But truly, it is an honor for me to be speaking before this very distinguished group on this very important issue. And allow me first to express my thanks and my admiration to the Agora policy and as well the MacArthur Foundation, who have really, I'm a big consumer of all of their products. MacArthur has also supported some of the work the World Bank has been doing in this area, and it's a tremendous service to this country. I won't speak about what corruption does. Many others have spoke before me more eloquently about that. We know that it is a big impediment to the kind of economic development that this country needs to see. The World Bank has, in recent years, has primarily thought about corruption in the context, we're thinking about the 4 areas in the Agora policy paper around public financial management and open disclosure. At the state level, I think the most known program is the SIFTAS program, the State's Fiscal Transparency, Accountability, and Sustainability Program, which was also many of the other partners in here had a role in that program. But what that did was, for the first time, ensure that states were publishing their annual budgets, their audited financial statements, budget implementation reports, debt sustainability reports, and even open data about contracting. This was a big deal because it came really from kind of nothing to something, and the aim of this was primarily to put these documents out there so that people can consume them and people can hold their governments to account. We've been doing an in-depth learning review to try to understand what was the impact of these SIFTAS reforms. And what we see is, on the supply side, having these incentives from the World Bank program really helped those states who wanted to do the right thing. It helped them, combat whatever existing pressures there might be to get over and do the things that they needed to do. In some cases, we have to say that there were states that were really just trying to do what they needed to do to get the monetary incentive and nothing more. And whether the reforms were actually institutionalized and sustained really depended on the configuration of people within that state at the bureaucratic level and at the political level to really institutionalize that and keep it happening. On the demand side, we see that transparency to accountability is not an easy linear path, but we certainly have seen signs where having these documents and this information transparent has led to citizen groups, media, investigative journalism, individuals calling government to account. Now, has that made a difference? Sometimes, yes. I think we see that there is a bit of a deterrence because politicians are afraid of the EFCC and the ICPC coming after them when they're out of office. And that does, it's not sort of an easy sustained system across the board, but we certainly see that in particular configurations this does happen, and this demand side is starting to demand accountability. Now, where do we go from here? SIFTAS was really just about putting some basic, very upstream, putting some basic information out there. But why do we need this information? The only reason that this really matters and that PFM matters is so that it tries to ensure that the money goes to the places where it's supposed to go. And we're now picking up on this, and the World Bank is now supporting a project called HOPE, called the Human Capital Opportunities for Prosperity and Equity, which is picking up on this SIFTAS changes, but taking it all the way down to the level of service delivery on the areas of basic education and primary health care. So going from the basics of publishing your budget to being able to actually follow from the planning What are they going to do on basic education and primary health care? Specifically, which facilities are going to be supported? And have that all laid out there in the budget, in budget execution reports, in audits, financial and performance audits, in a way that citizens can actually check. So it's much more, if this can start that kind of feedback loop, much more concrete, sort of directly affecting the citizens. Have these facilities been built? Are they getting the services that they need from these facilities? So we're trying to lift the floor, and then among us, this is really intended to try to make those feedback loops work and put more pressure so that everybody knows where that money is going to and whether or not it actually is. The federal level has frankly been much more challenging for us. There are big coordination challenges on the PFM side. We've been supporting the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation to address some of the technical system challenges that are preventing the timely, automated generation of key fiscal data. You know, we talk about transparency, but in order to have transparent reports, you need to have the data, and that data needs to be accurate and reliable. And right now, these data systems require all kinds of manual processes and all kinds of things that allow for leakages, that have long reconciliation periods, and that data is not getting out there. So we're looking at these systems and we're trying to support them to do, right now, the Minister of Finance does not know at any given time what his fiscal situation is, what revenue is coming in, what revenue he has in the bank accounts. He doesn't have this information. What are the immediate expenditure needs? What are the medium-term expenditure needs? And what are the medium-term debt obligations? Nobody has this information at hand. So we're supporting this to try to link it all together. This is not, this can be done technically. The problem is it requires really very strong coordination from the top. So, you know, we talked about 4 approaches, and the report does a very nice job laying that out. Norms and values, public financial management, open disclosure, and sanctions. But we know that these operate within a broader political economy in which we know that public finance serves as the main instrument, the glue, if you will, for holding together what would otherwise be a fractious polity. This is a reality, and we know that. And it generates some deep-seated interests in having a deal-based system, one that is looser rather than a very strict rule-based system. And this will continue to be a challenge for all of the critical anti-corruption initiatives that I'm sure we will discuss today. But we know Nigerians are resilient and entrepreneurial, and as we heard this morning, very creative. I was really impressed by those 2 poems that we heard. The World Bank is very happy to be part of this discussion and to support these efforts through analysis, operations, and policy dialogue. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Debbie Issa, Lead Governance Specialist, World Bank, representing the representative of the World Bank here in Nigeria. We are indeed honored by your presence. We thank you. We also wish to appeal to all our distinguished guests. Please bear with us. We'll get there soon. We'll soon have the presentation of the special report on the 2023 general elections in Nigeria, as well as the seminal lecture by Professor Jinodu later on. We thank you for your patience and kind attention, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, permit me to quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Garuba Dauda, who is an Executive Director of the Center for Democracy and Development. Dr. Garuba Dauda, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We also wish to recognize the presence of the Deputy Director, Public Enlightenment Division of the ICPC. He is representing the Chairman of the ICPC, Dr. Oluwaseun Babashola. Please, where are you, sir? That's quite a distance. No, please, there's a seat for you this way. You can't be ICPCing and sitting at the back. We'll be scared. Please, could our ushers lead Dr. Babashola up here? At this point, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the representative of the EFCC, the chairman of the EFCC, Director, Planning, Policy and Research, Mrs. Adijoke Liman. Let's put our hands together for the goodwill message from the EFCC. Thank you, ma'am. You're most welcome. Thank you. Right. Oh, good.
Thank you. Yes, I am. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor indeed to address this very august gathering today, this event of the Agora policy and the revelation of the reports that they have taken time to put together with their partners. I bring greetings from the chairman, executive chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Mr. Olaolukoyede, the management and the staff of the agency. I want to thank everyone that has spoken ahead. There have been a lot of glowing, should I say, commendations for the commission, and it's very encouraging to hear that the work of the commission, is being perceived in a very positive light. I want to thank you for your very kind words, and it only takes us back to double up in our efforts and continue to make our best moves in tackling this menace called corruption. This morning, I'm going to be delivering the goodwill message on behalf of the executive chairman, who was called away on another assignment. In fact, he didn't tell me until yesterday night that you have to go because he had planned to be here. So he sends his deepest apologies to the organizers of the event. I will go ahead and just take the message. I am pleased to have been invited to participate in this conversation on the state of the anti-corruption policy and practice in Nigeria. First, let me commend Agora Policy and its partners for putting together this initiative, which affords an opportunity to reflect on the state of the anti-corruption campaign in Nigeria with a view to coming up with ideas to strengthen the existing anti-corruption framework. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria has long acknowledged its corruption challenges. Indeed, successive administrations have come up with different initiatives to tackle the menace. These initiatives in the last 25 years have been driven by the anti-corruption agencies, the various ones within the ecosystem, especially the ICPC and the EFCC. Within the period, we have recovered major gains. Positive things have happened, if you agree with me, including deepening public consciousness of the criticality of the fight against corruption, the recovery of stolen assets, and the prosecution of the offenders. In addition, a number of institutions have been created, and I dare say maybe this is one of them, who have worked assiduously to see that laws are enacted to enhance public accountability and transparency. And I believe one of the beauty of Agora Policy is that it's giving government empirical information. So it's not based on assumption. It's real stuff happening there that they can use to influence the federal and the state policies. In these milestones we have attained, we acknowledge the fact that we are still far from Uhuru. Corruption remains a huge enterprise, with the theft of public resources across all levels of government, and this gives everyone a very, very grave concern. A number of issues have been encumbered during the fight against corruption, many of which are already known to this distinguished audience. They include public cynicism, which is a major morale dampener for anti-graft officials, the security of tenure for anti-corruption agency heads with the implication for the independence of the agencies, and also challenges in the prosecution of high-profile cases, the non-sustenance of accountability in the public sector despite the reforms, and the list goes on and on. But we're not likely to make the kind of impact envisaged until these challenges are addressed. We must do something. We must also examine the ease with which public officials are able to siphon humongous sums from the public till without any warning systems. this also gives us a huge concern. Over the years, we have focused on borrowing best practices from different parts of the world, from other nations, but real solutions to our corruption problem lies in adapting measures that are drawn from our unique experiences. The solution is with us. We can't bring something from outside and impose it on inside. We need to look within and, make the necessary adjustments based on our unique experiences as Nigerians and the Nigerian system. This kind of introspection, which is part of, I believe, the gathering of today, and it should propel us to identifying the gaps and the urgent closure for effective recalibration of the anti-corruption framework for greater efficiency. At the level of the EFCC, we have taken a conscious decision to use the fight against corruption to stimulate the economy and support critical social investment initiatives. I was very pleased to hear the Director General of NOA talk about some of these things. Many of us are probably aware, it was in the media, that the funds that was used to support the Nigerian Education Loan Fund and also the Consumer Credit Scheme was part of the recoveries that the EFCC made, and the federal government in its wisdom decided that let's get this money into these projects, and today we're already seeing that it's causing a gyration that is in a positive light, and we're proud of that. We want to say that both schemes, that's the Education Fund and the consumer schemes, have the potential to reduce the penchant for criminality by vulnerable segments of the population. Many of us know that the youth will tell you that one of the reasons why they are actively engaged in corruption is because they don't have anything to do. They don't have jobs. They cannot go to school because it's expensive for their parents. So now, if there are loans that they can secure that can enable them to, support their education, I think that is a step in the right direction. We have also prioritized corruption prevention through the creation of a Department of Fraud Risk Assessment and Control within the EFCC, and we'll be hearing more about the activities of this department as we go on. With the cooperation and collaboration of all stakeholders in this room and around the country, and even our supporters from different countries of the world, we have faith that Nigeria can overcome the challenge of corruption. The EFCC remains resolute in its efforts, and we will continue to collaborate with all our partners. On this note, I want to thank you for listening, and I wish us a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Really honored. Thank you very much, Mrs. Adejoke Liman, Director, Planning, Policy and Research at the Economic Financial Crimes Commission, representing the Chairman of the EFCC. We thank you very much. We thank you, Your Excellency, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, for your presence here this morning. Moving on, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the highlights of the report on anti-corruption measures, a document that was put together by Agora Policy, is to be presented to us any moment now by Dr. Mary Okwe, who has an expertise in socio-economic livelihood, paying particular attention to women income generation and livelihood options. She has carried out research and capacity building activities around theories of commodity trade and income of rural women, natural resource depletion and income generating efforts of women in rural areas. She has a BA degree in economics and education and holds a master's in rural development, and has worked on a PhD that's focused on research, examining development models and livelihood frameworks that seek to reduce poverty in rural African communities. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Mary Okwe to present the highlights of the report on anti-corruption measures put together by Agora Policy on the 2023 general elections in Nigeria. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I also stand on the existing protocol. I bring you this presentation on the highlights of a research that was carried out last year on the imperative of strengthening Nigeria's transparency and accountability measures. It is known, and you have heard, that corruption halts development and has a high price on all of us Nigerians. There has been a surge in anti-corruption measures since 1999 with some clear progress. However, the desired impact on governance and development has been limited. This study examines the history, the rationale, the progress and challenges of anti-corruption measures in Nigeria. We gathered information from talking to people, experts. We supplemented by review of policy documents, legal frameworks, and media reports. We also did a multidisciplinary analysis of Nigeria's transparency and accountability policies with a view to identify what has worked, what needs improvement, and how to sustain the fight against corruption in the country. The study looks at 16 different accountability measures in 4 different clusters. There are norms and values, public financial management, open disclosure, sanctions, and enforcement. There have been some progress. We found out that the tools for tracking corruption in Nigeria are not lacking. The measures have led to some progress. However, there are challenges. There have also been improved financial management. You are familiar with tools like the TSA, the BVN, and co. to enhance transparency. But these platforms also have faced exploitation and the risk and technical challenges that come with them. There has also been progress in public procurement and contracting, but procurement corruption is still an issue both at national and sub-national levels. The access to information, like the Freedom of Information, open treasury portals have improved access to government data, but suffers also from weak compliance and lack of sanctions for non-compliance. There have been improved access to the workings of government and management of resources, but more needs to be done in terms of official uptake and enforcement and engagement by civil society and the populace. There have also been a good record of success by reducing impunity and increasing investigations and prosecutions, convictions, and assets recovery. But there have also been struggles with the levels of high-profile convictions, charges of internal corruption, and limited investigative capacity. Progress have also been made, but weak and inadequate around oversight and asset declaration. Issues around audit institution and whistleblowing are problematic. Attitudes of those with oversight powers and lack of public access to declared assets have been hurdled. The study suggests that legislation for protection of whistleblowers and to grant public access to assets declared be enacted. The study also suggests that the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation with the new audits be strengthened, improvement and collaboration across the different tiers and arms of government to ensure a more coordinated approach to fighting corruption happens, and also to adopt an all-inclusive approach against corruption involving government, civil society, citizens, and development partners. It is also important to empower the anti-corruption agencies and to also enforce these agencies with the necessary tools and budgetary allocations to help them follow the money. I would also apologize here that we trust the agencies. I'm sorry, we are also going to have to follow you for accountability. It is important also to conduct rigorous backgrounds and checks on the boards, the leadership, and staff of ministries, departments, and agencies. I'm not sure any Nigerian is excited when you hear that a leader is named and then you have records of corruption trailing his background. It is also important to launch comprehensive national value orientation campaigns anchored on evidence and behavioral insights, young and old, to have a rethink and to aim to behave differently. We have come a long way, as long as 25 years in this fight. We acknowledge the progress, the challenges, the risk, and the fatigue. We also fear that we should not faint and lose the political or policy priorities. Please stay with us through the day and as we discuss further on this important subject. Thank you.
Please, let's keep the applause going for Dr. Mary Okwe, Director, Center for Democracy and Development, West Africa. We are really pleased by your presentation on anti-corruption measures, the report prepared by Agora Policy. Thank you very much. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, will try and fast-track this. Please, I urge us to try and fasten our seatbelts for the keynote address, which in a moment will be presented by a distinguished Nigerian who frankly needs no introduction. Perhaps for the sake of the younger ones, our young ones from the schools, the academies, and who are on national service. He is one of Nigeria's preeminent social scientists and one of the few intellectual giants who have successfully traversed the worlds of theory and praxis. He's a widely published and well-regarded political scientist, and he has served in different capacities, including as Secretary General of the African Association of Political Science. This was between 1985 and 1990. As President, and also as Vice President, International Political Science Association, IPSA. Was a full-time member of Nigeria's National Electoral Commission, which is the precursor to INEC, and this was between 1987 and 1992. And Director General, Administrative Staff College, ASCON, Badagry, between 1992 and 1994. Director for Advanced Social Sciences, Center for Advanced Social Sciences, CASS in Port Harcourt, and one of the distinguished 5 African experts appointed by the Organization of African Unity Secretary General, now AU, African Union, to prepare the draft Constitutive Act of the African Union and the draft protocol of the Pan-African Parliament. Educated at Oxford University, where he received his BA Honors degree in Philosophy, Politics and Economics in 1969, and at the University of Minnesota, where he received his PhD in Political Science with a minor in Philosophy in 1973. He is a non-resident senior fellow, Chairman, Election Analysis Center for the Center for Democracy and Development, a member, Governing Board, the Electoral Institute here in Abuja, a member of the Governing Council of the Lagos State University, a member of the Governing Council of the University of Calabar, and a member of the Governing Council of Summit University of Far. About 2 weeks ago, he became 81 years young, precisely on the 30th of November, 2024. But he has not lost an ounce of his infectious passion and intellectual firepower. Please, let's welcome Professor Liasu Adele Jinadu. Please, let's keep the applause going for this distinguished Nigerian We have said here today that what we are about is a transgenerational statement. You're most welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. These days when people introduce me and say the things they say about me, I wonder whether they are reading my obituary. But if they are, at least I know what they will say after I've gone. I stand on existing protocol, but doing so, I must thank Agora Policy and its partners, and the MacArthur Foundation for having put together this very, very important discussion. And the importance will be clear from what I will say. But what I'm saying, the summary of it is simply this. In spite of all the efforts we have placed on fighting corruption, on constitutional reform and so on, we cannot get anywhere unless we deal with the toxic environment of our politics. That environment means that we are building in vain. No matter what you do, we keep on having problems, because politics is about morality. It's applied ethics, and it is stated clearly in our Chapter 2 of our Constitution, which in fact asks public authorities to do all in their power to eradicate corruption. But our political leaders are not doing that. They are doing the exact opposite. And they have turned the problem of morality in our country into the ethnic problem as a way of further dividing us and going away with the murder they are committing against the country. That is, in fact, the message I want to pass across here. And I'm happy that the young ones are here, because the future belongs to them. But those of us who have a critical perspective on society must also tell them in no ambiguous terms that the leaders of today should not be their moral leaders, should not be their models for the future. I think it's important we provide this alternative voice, because there is a voice which is going round, and that voice is a massive deception of where we should be going, of what our hopes are. So I hope that we'll go away from this meeting, from this conversation, at least think about this, because unless character, integrity comes into our politics, we will go nowhere. And it is already pervading our society. I have not seen any, I've been reflecting for the past 1 year, I have not seen any society, just to show you how we have become immoral. We cannot distinguish between good and bad. Every day, I have never seen it. You go through, either in Lagos, Ibadan, Yolo, people just don't obey law. They go through red lights. In the daytime, they go through red lights. And that's when you see motorcycles driving along one-way lanes without crash, as if nothing matters. You don't see this happen. Go to any other African country that I've been to, you don't see it happen. But we do this blatantly, and the policemen are there looking at them. The policemen are breaking the law themselves. So I think we need to tell the truth. The anti-corruption fight is fantastic. Nobody will oppose it. But unless we create men who have an inner moral sense of what is good and bad, and will stop at midnight when they say red line, I don't go through it. So the law that is important is the law we impose on ourselves. It's not the law that is passed by legislation. Because laws are good, are useful, but there are many, many more lawbreakers than the law can apprehend. There are many more thieves on the streets that are in prisons. And therefore, no matter how you make the law, people will also break them if it is to their advantage. And how we can prevent that, if we all have this sense of moral community and say, enough is enough, we are not going to accept this anymore. We have been too lenient with our political leaders. We have been too reserved. We have been too fearful to talk about them. And they know this, they realize this. So they will appear before us and say all kinds of good things. And then the next minute, they are doing something else that is opposite to that. And we know it is opposite to what they are saying. But we take refuge in the fact that, well, you know, time will solve it. That time will solve it. No, time is running out. Time is running out. And we must get up and have that civic responsibility that says eternal vigilance is the price of democracy. Government everywhere lies. Government everywhere dissimulates. What is wrong with the Nigerian situation is that we are just reticent, we just accept these things. We have not provided a guardrail that will say, you are a politician. What you are saying is a lie. We oppose you. What do you see every day on television? You see people who have sworn to uphold the law, preaching hate, making sanctimonious statements, as if what we say is not more important than what we actually do. That is a problem, and I can understand that that is the human nature in politics. But the rest of us must prevent that by setting up guardrails, not just legal guardrails, but also moral guardrails that will help us. If I am still in this struggle, it is because I believe it is never too late. We must keep talking, no matter how old you are. I have many of my colleagues, friends, who have at delay retired now, keep quiet. But I cannot keep quiet, because what future do I want for my children? For those children at the back there. Because when history is written in its full sum, those who think they are saints today will be shown to be villains by historians. I think that is very, very important. So if we are going to go away, we must hold our leaders accountable. We must take interest in public matters, because these are moral issues that politics essentially is all about. So that is the theme of my lecture. And everything that I'm going to say later is simply footnotes to it. So let me then go to the heart of my lecture, because you know where I'm coming from. What, in fact, where are the roots? What are the roots of this problem that we have that I've attributed to our political leaders? It is sometimes, again, because we like excuses. Oh, the military caused this problem. Oh, this happened. And in fact, the history of our politics, right from the early 50s, is a history of politicians using access to state power, to political power. One, to corruptly enrich themselves. Two, corruptly build a war chest for electioneering purposes, so that they can retain in power and still enjoy the accumulation that they are going through. Third, they pursue politics as if it is war. Either I win or you lose. And those who lose know they have lost everything. Therefore, they also fight back. So, and it is that thing, that old tragedy of our politics that is at the root of our politics. And that is still happening today, and we are keeping quiet. The abuse of the power of incumbency for political gain is the highest, the height of corruption, and it is forbidden in our constitution. It is forbidden in international conventions on corruption. On governance, it is forbidden. So you see, the ICPC is supposed to be independent. There's a legislation about it. But there is political interference in the work of the ICPC. It has been documented, and I have examples here. Look at all the all the chairmen of the EFCC until we have the current one. Most of them have either not finished their term of office, they've been suspended because they refuse to do the bidding of politicians for all kinds of reasons. The only one who finished his term was Ribadu, but that is understandable. Take INEC, for example, with which I'm familiar. They have started a process now, and we are all sitting down looking. A process of rigging the next election by putting in people into the INEC who will do their bidding. We know all that. They are putting political partisans, and we are not talking. They take a bill to the National Assembly. In one day, the person is confirmed. And they all know, and we all know that this person is a politician. And then when he's there, then 3 years, we start complaining. Where were we when this was being done? And I'm saying it because next year, almost 3/4 of the National Electoral Commission members will be due for reappointment. But we know that the power of reappointment is the power of removal. If you think this man or woman is not going to play your ball, you study him or her, and you know, okay, it's proving difficult. You just wait for 4 years. And then when reappointment comes, you remove him or her. This has happened many times in this country. If you read the book by Abel Gobadia on his role as electoral umpire, the man who is complaining now was the one who was president, and Gobadia states in his book that they resisted maneuvers to influence them, the board, electoral commission. And the man just waited. Brought in Morrissey, who knew what he was there to do, and when their tenure, he just removed almost the entire commission through the power of reappointment and put somebody else there. And of course, we know what happened. The Electoral Reform Committee, since 2007, has made important recommendations about how we can ensure the independence of the Electoral Commission. We sat back. Since 2008 to now, I don't know how many years that is, not a single recommendation of that body, over which the government spent a lot of money, has been done. The Electoral Violence Commission, which was accepted by government, the law has yet to be passed. Why? Because those who are in power have a conflict of interest in making it independent, and yet our civil society, we sit back and pally with them. We are fighting over, amend the constitution, do this, do that. They amend the constitution because they know the law that they are making is toothless in terms of not only what they are going to do, the fact we will accept what they are doing and not challenge them and not take them to task. It is an awesome responsibility, and it requires, of course, sacrifice. They will pursue you. My friend, who was the first chairman of the EFCC, of the EFCC, ran away from the country when they wanted to kill him. Not just politicians, but also people in the private sector who were benefiting and saw what he was doing. He ran away from the country. He still hasn't gone back to Lumumba, the man, and I, when I was on the APRM, we went to interview him in part of our review of Kenya's constitutional process. He was very determined what he wants to do. Of course, they removed him. Now he's a hero here in Nigeria. But we are not lasting. Everybody wants to invite him to come and talk to them. Professor Lumumba. But we are not lasting the lesson we should learn from him. And I'm sorry, all of us are culpable. Professional ethics has fallen by the wayside. The universities are in disarray. There are no longer all Nigerian institutions. We have killed the Nigeria police. We now want to have state police. We have killed the national unity colleges. The universities are federal. We have killed them. I was on the board, governing council, of a university, federal university in a state. And when we were about to to appoint a new vice chancellor. I know the hell we went through. A governor called me at night. I said, Jinadu, I hear you are the main stumbling block against it. This is our own inheritance. From the, I said, well, this is a federal university. He said, forget it. All the Igbos, even people from Akwa Ibom, we want them to go back to their state. This is our own inheritance. Of course, I refused. And going away, come and get for your, I said, keep your envelope. My friend who took me there, Ivara Esu, later became a minister, was deputy VC, to see him at midnight. And that person would now go around and talk about honesty, this and that in our society. And I just shake my head. Because we have been deceived for far too long. This is the time. And they have started that process. The procurement process, we know it is used not only for personal enrichment, but also to fund elections, as election was chased. The EFCC, well, they are doing a good job now. They are after vote buying. But the most important vote buying is done before the elections through procurement. That is where the energy should be turned. What had the procurement processes been followed? They are already stealing money now for 2027. They are already doing so. I will just sit down here and fighting over whether this is going to the north or this is going to the south, whether they are going to be, because this is a national, not an ethnic problem. But we have bought into that deceit that a Yoruba man's gain is an Igbo man's loss. Just as so, and the same thing with federalism. It's either you are federal or you are not federal. People start talking of true federalism. What is true federalism? Federalism is not simply confrontational, it is also cooperative. We are all working together to build a country. And we are at a situation where the politicians have immobilized us. And we need to stand up to that rubbish. Because from next year, the battle line has been drawn now. And it is going on. Local government, self-autonomy, blah, blah. Are they just waking up to realize that? It is that the money for elections, it has to be spent at the local government level to rig elections, because that is at that level that you and I vote. We vote at that board level, polling unit, that's where we vote. And that is where they are organized to rig elections before time. So they want to put their people in those places. So the EFCC should go after, we know, for example, party primaries are a charade. And money flows, not just Naira flows, even foreign currency flows. Is that not the vote buying that EFCC should go after? Instead of voting the poor man at the polling unit who is being given 2,000 Naira, 3,000 Naira, 4,000 Naira. And the big man at the back, nothing is, for whom those buying the votes are proxies, nothing happens to him. So, the message I want to, I'm not even going to read my message. The message I want to, my paper, the message I want to put across is that what I call this night watchman approach to democratic government, we must wake up. We must not sleep at night. If you and I, because we know the state cannot provide security for us in our homes at night, we don't even trust the policeman. People, in fact, are afraid to go to, in my area in Lagos, Isaleko, where we have serious problems, drug, crime, and so on and so forth. People are afraid to go and, they know who are committing it, but they are afraid to go and tell the police, because the police will point them out to those who are perpetrating it and kill them, if possible. This is why people are so frightened in our communities, because they don't have confidence anymore in state institutions. The state is not providing water. Housing is not providing housing. Electricity is not being provided. Go to schools, they are a shell of themselves everywhere. So the social infrastructures are at a dead end in this country. And then instead of addressing chapter 2 and use as creating human development, creating facilities, because the point of chapter 4, if the poor man cannot afford to get a good lawyer, freedom before the law, equal before the law, he cannot even get a good lawyer to defend him. And the poor man, without evidence or whatever it is, who is cannot defend himself, and you are guilty of stealing 100 naira. You say go to prison for 10 years or whatever it is. And the big man who can get a good lawyer can get away with it. What is the point? So I think we are at this critical point. Time is running out, but it is not too late. And I have set out in my paper what I think is the solution. It is this night watchman approach to politics, which has worked elsewhere. Human beings everywhere have this Promethean image. Dr. Hyde and Mr. Jekyll. We have good and bad side. If the bad side is what comes out of us, it is because the environment encourages it. And we feel like it pays to do it. If the environment says that it's not, then we are cowards. We will not do it. So those politicians today are cowards. And they are cowards, because when the revolution, when they are confronted, they run away. It happens everywhere where that we see. They are cowards. In fact, the police protecting them may even turn the guns against them. So the fear of tomorrow is what makes many of us quiet. But nobody knows tomorrow. Even the man who is engaged in aggrandizement, financial and whatever, he does not know tomorrow. And Satan. On the day of reckoning, you have that free will. You have God creates you and knows when you are there, but you have that free will to fight for your freedom, to fight for paradise. Don't think when you get to paradise, God will forgive you for following Satan, because it is clear what Satan. So don't talk about all this. The reward is in heaven. No. You have the free will to fight Satan. And God is there to protect you in your fight. Of course, some will feel that God is not helping them, like Job in the Bible. These are tests that you go through to pass the test of faith. So don't tell me that God will provide a better. You must fight for the future, because that is the choice that God has given you, and you are going to account for it. And they know, those who are they know this, and that is, they play on their psychology. Oh, say, look, àwọn kan ló lánàá, àwọn kan ló léni, àwọn kan ló lọ́la. Nobody, ẹni kò sẹ́ni tó ń jogún ayé. Hey, those who owned yesterday have gone. Those who own today will go. Some will inherit tomorrow, but nobody inherits the world. No, we must leave a legacy for our children. That is, they must inherit that wealth that we are building for them on strong pillars. Churches don't ask for where people give their money, get their money from. Mosques don't ask where the money comes from. So we are in a situation where the means now justify the end. That's not what the religion teaches us. So I'm sorry if I've spoken for too long, but I just want to end on this note, because I see myself as providing a link between the old, the middle-aged, and the young ones. I am not tired of fighting, and I will fight. And I'm not prepared of all of that. We must keep on speaking truth to power. But what I want to do is to use this to appeal to the old ones. We are too quiescent. We are too old. It seems that the fire is out. We still have a responsibility. And I want to end with this quotation. I just looked it up now. For my higher school set at King's College, my best subject was literature. And it is in literature that this old fire in me because somebody like Percy Shelley says, poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world, and they speak truth to power. And one of those poets, Alfred Lord Tennyson, in the poem Ulysses, I will just read part of the closing chapter, and I will end. Come, my friends, it is not too late to seek a newer world. And before that, he says, free hearts, free foreheads, you and I are old. Old age still has its honor and its toil. Death crosses all. But something before the end, before I die, something before the end, not unbecoming of men that strive with gods. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved the earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of his heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Don't yield to these rascals. Don't yield to them. In fact, that is the psychology they are using on you. And I'm saying that because I want the young ones that are here to know that there is another voice, there is another model that they should follow. And they should not go into the mainstream, because they think they are going to make money there. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for the standing ovation. Thank you. Let's keep the applause going. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We are most honored. We are most honored. We are most honored. I hope our young minds from Julius Academy, you still here? Julius Academy, are you still here? Oh, fantastic. Great Zion Academy, are you still here? Okay. And NYSC, yeah? We are still here. Ajuwaya, University of Abuja. I hope you got what Baba said. Nature Nurtured Academy. Prof is a young old man. Thank you, sir. We are really honored. We thank you, Professor Adeleje Nodu, for that perspective. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite the panel session for a discussion on the state of anti-corruption policy and practice in Nigeria, which indeed actually Prof spoke to. His paper is about 5,000 words, but he spoke to it and we got the message, but we'll make it available to all of us later on. He's giving us his word. A political scientist approach to the state of anti-corruption policy and practice in Nigeria. Thank you, sir. We welcome you, board member, Code of Conduct Bureau, Honorable Taufik Olawale Abdusalam. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this process. We are indeed honored by your presence. At this point, a drama presentation by the Aroja Royal Theatre Group. Are we good to go? Yes. So we'll move this from here so that they will have space for a wonderful performance. About 10 minutes of the performance. Thank you. Thank you. Aroja, Royal Theatre Troupe. We'll quickly set up. Let's be fast about it, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. We still are honored by your presence here. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, particularly our young minds who are here. I hope we are benefiting from the session so far. In a moment, we shall invite our panelists to take their seats up here. We also wish to urge one of our young minds as a gift to be on standby. We would have you later on with a spoken word. Meanwhile, we recognize the presence of Center LSD who are participating in this program. Thank you. Center LSD, where are you, gentlemen and ladies? Where are you? Center LSD. LSD. Thank you all very much. As we set up as much as possible, we wish to thank all of those who have been very supportive of what we're doing. Even if some have had to take leave because of other pressing assignments, particularly our young minds. We also will thank you specifically. The chairman of the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission for your distinguished presence here. Very honored and thankful. I know we had the man for the DME earlier on stepped out. Hope you will still join us as we go into the discussion session. We're told that Dr. Lena Hoffman, Associate Fellow, Chatham House, will be joining us online. I hope we'll be ready for that. Any moment now when we invite our panelists to be here. Oh, Barrister Hui Magadi, actually, the chairman of Kano PCAC. Thank you. I'm sorry. Dr. Abdullahi, the chairman of the Code of Conduct Bureau. Thank you very much for your presence. We are really honored. Are we good to go? Are we okay? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our panelists. But before then, you say you're not stepping into a home if the owner of the house is absent, so we'll get our moderator to step forth first. The Senior Fellow of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, Executive Director, Policy Innovation Center, PIC, where she oversees behavioral and policy interventions in health, in governance, in gender and social inclusion in Nigeria. She holds an undergraduate degree in medicine from the University of Ibadan, a master's in public health from the University of Lagos, an MBA from the Pan-Atlantic University, and a PhD from the University of Leeds. She's also an alumna of the Harvard Kennedy School and the Blavatnik School of Government, University of Oxford. Please, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Usasili Beriso, our moderator for this session. Thank you. Dr. Lewis, thank you very much. I have taken that energy. Okay, fantastic. Join me as now invite the chairman of Code of Conduct Bureau, who holds a BTech in Computer Science, a BSc in Applied Accounting, a postgraduate diploma in Islamic Banking and Insurance, an MSc in Forensic Accounting, and a PhD in Anti-Money Laundering Regulations and Compliance. His professional journalist spans banking, consulting, public service. His work with Afribank PLC, Stanbic Bank, Transwitch Limited, the NFIU, and the EFCC. Prior to his current role, he was an assistant professor of forensic accounting and auditing at the Newcastle Business School, Northumbria, United Kingdom. Northumbria University of the United Kingdom. Please let's welcome Dr. Abdullahi Bello, Chairman, Code of Conduct Bureau. You are welcome, sir. Thank you. Our next panelist is a Nigerian lawyer, an activist who is currently chairman of the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission. He held his law degrees from Bayero University, Kano, and the Nigerian Law School. Under his leadership, the commission, that is the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission, has carried out numerous investigations and prosecutions targeting corruption involving both public officials and private individuals in Kano State. He has also championed initiatives such as public awareness campaigns and educational programs designed to foster transparency, accountability, and good governance across Kano State. A celebrated leading figure and role model in the fight against corruption in Kano State, his efforts have earned him numerous accolades, including the Integrity Icon Award from Accountability Lab in 2018 and the Anti-Corruption Champion Award from the Center for Information Technology and Development in 2019. Mr. Nkui Malaji, you're most welcome, sir. Thank you. Director Programs at Step Up Nigeria. This great mind has led the organization's Catch Them Young initiative for 6 years, reaching over 55,000 children, young people with integrity and education. She is an anti-corruption education specialist working to deliver development programs around behavior change education, ethics, and integrity, utilizing storytelling tools and creative approaches. Recently, she created an integrity board game for families called Do It Right. She hosts Step Up Nigeria podcast, which highlights progress made in the fight against corruption in Nigeria, along with anti-corruption and governance issues. She is passionate about SDG 16 issues and related to young people, and holds the position of AU Anti-Corruption Youth Ambassador for West Africa. We welcome you, Mrs. Veron Nyonga. Thank you very much for your presence. Our next panelist is a journalist, media trainer, and rights activist. He has worked as a journalist here in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Canada, in India, and in Spain. For more than 3 decades, he has been involved in media training for professional journalists, human rights advocacy, as well as promoting media and information literacy in Africa. He is currently the coordinator of the African Center for Media and Information Literacy in Abuja, Nigeria, and chairs the board of Whistleblowing International Network, WIN, in Glasgow, Scotland. He was educated at the University of Calabar, Cross River State, Nigeria, as well as Western University, London, Ontario, Canada, where he had an MA in journalism, holds a PhD in communication and journalism from, I can't pronounce this, the Barcelona State, the University of Barcelona. He will pronounce it from Dr. Chico. Make I go back Reforms and Accountable Governance, NAG, and the organization. She has researched and written extensively about transparency and accountability in Nigeria, and once worked as an investigator at the ICPC. She holds a BSc in Sociology from the University of Jos, Nigeria, an MA in International Relations from the University of Lancaster, and a PhD in African Studies from the University of Birmingham. She's joining us virtually. You're welcome, Dr. Lena Hoffman. Thank you. So, both the civil guests, ladies and gentlemen, we hand over to our moderator, Dr. Sasui. Please.
Thank you, sir. I want to say a warm welcome to everyone. I would like to stand on established protocols. And good afternoon, distinguished panel. It's really, really wonderful to be having this very important conversation with you. Just quickly from the learnings from the highlights we heard, we have enough tools to fight corruption. But from the deep reflections from Professor Jinadu, there's so much more to be done. And he's told us to adopt a night watchman approach to ensure that we can make progress in our lifetime and hand over something impactful to the next generation. So as we go into this conversation, I would like to start from Dr. Bello. One of the things that we've heard about today in the highlights is progress that has been made with asset declaration. It's seen as a powerful tool for preventing corruption and also probing corruption. Now your organization is in charge of this. How effective do you think asset declaration has been in the fight against corruption in Nigeria? Every other day we're hearing, okay, declare your assets. What's the sort of impacts have we seen, and what challenges exist with the way we currently go about reflecting on asset declaration in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Like you said, asset declaration is to me, is a cornerstone of any anti-corruption effort that we are going to do. And we have been talking about corruption. And before I even start, let me say that the missing link to anti-corruption effort in Nigeria is CCB. When the people that came here and start talking about EFCC, NFIU, and ICPC, there was no mention of CCB at all. But I want to assure you that by the time CCB is working fully, you'll hear the impact of CCB, and then you will see that corruption has really been tamed. So like you mentioned, asset declaration can be more effective. I quite agree with that. But then there are some successes that we have achieved. For example, all elected officials, before they can even start their work, they have to declare their assets. So we have received a lot of compliance in that regard. But then there are so many challenges. And I was reading this publication that you have. If you look at page 27 or 28 of that presentation, you will see that the funding of the CCB is very, very poor. And that is one of the major issues with CCB. Just imagine we have around 4.5 or so public servants in Nigeria. Each and every public servant is supposed to declare their assets, and then we are going to go and verify the assets. How do you verify assets without the resources to do that? We have offices all over the 36th state of the Federation, so we need resources for us to do that. That is one of the major challenges. I'm not even going to mention other challenges. Once there is resources for CCB to work, then we are going to work. Apart from that, what of investigation? How do you do investigation without resources? Again, how do you do prosecution without resources? Forms alone, for example, if you are to print forms for all the public servants in Nigeria, we are going to spend more than 500 million or so. 500 million in printing forms, because if you have 5 million public servants, and then the cost of each form is 1,000, we are talking about 500 million. But the total overhead of CCB is around 500 million. Even though now what we are trying to do, we are migrating towards online declaration. That is one of the key things we have found out to be most effective in trying to do our online declaration. But right now, we are doing it, we are testing it. We are doing some public officers Once we perfect that, I think we are going to reduce the cost of our operations. And we are doing that and with the help of development partners and the rest. So those are the challenges that we have in a nutshell. Maybe I can discuss them later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'll need to just probe a bit further here. So 2 important things. One, we want to reflect on asset declaration as a potent tool, right, for anti-corruption. So what's the utility of this process? I hear you, and we really identify with some of the important challenges you've mentioned. Regarding printing of forms, I mean, one of the ways to even ensure transparency is to ensure that this process is digitized. So it's good to even hear that apart from saving cost, you know, there's a lot more accountability in the process of making it digital. But to what extent is this process useful? You know, if people declare their assets, it's not made public, how do we engage with the fact that asset declaration is helping to ensure that we're increasing, improving accountability in public office?
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, CCB can be the cornerstone of any anti-corruption effort. Because if you steal money, what do you do with it? You are going to spend it, save it, or invest it. But then, if you are that benefit, you are not going to receive that benefit, then there is no point for you to even steal money in the first place. So once you declare your asset at the beginning of the period and declare your asset at the end of the period, you'll be able to see the increase in your net worth. That increase in your net worth, can it be accounted by your legitimate source of income? If it can be accounted for that, then you don't have any problem with code of conduct. But if there is a legal source of income, we'll easily detect it. And that is why asset declaration is very, very important. The essence of asset declaration is to find out your illegal source of income. And it's very easy for us to do. You have declared your asset at the beginning of period, at the end of period. It has to be accounted by your net income. And if you cannot account for that from your non-source of income, then it's assumed that it's illegal sources. And one of the key things with CCB is that EFCC and ICPC go and investigate and prosecute. But for CCB, it's very easy for us to forfeit your asset. Have you declared your asset? Yes, I've declared my asset. What of that asset that you have not declared? Is it yours? Yes, it's mine. Since you have not declared it, we can easily go and say that we can forfeit it. So we don't have to go and prove that you are corrupt. We don't have to go and prove that there is fraud. Once you have not declared your asset, and we can show that that asset has not been declared, and you cannot explain the source of that asset, then you can easily do it. We can do it in some few days. And that's why I said it's very potent, it's very easy, and once we support CCB's work, I think the corruption in Nigeria will drastically reduce. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We look forward to engaging CCB more as this evolves within your tenure. Going over to Dr. Hoffman, you've worked as an investigator in ICPC, and all of us here, I'm sure, we have engaged with your research on corruption in Nigeria at the Chatham House at some point. Can you help us just situate how far? Let's even give a 25-year span. What sort of milestones? Has there been any success? I mean, it was a really gloomy room when we're listening to Prof. Speaking this afternoon. What sort of gains? Have we moved 10 steps forward? And hopefully, have we not moved 15 steps backward in the process? So how do you reflect on the gains and challenges or drawbacks, you know, in this fight over the past 25 years? Dr. Hoffman, you're muted. Give us a second to sort that out. Please speak now. Can you check your device? Okay. Are you unmuted?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you so very much for having me join this panel. I sincerely apologize for not being there in person. As we say, sometimes against our good intentions, you know, things don't work out to be physically present as we would all prefer. But I do appreciate the opportunity to participate in this very important discussion and to contribute to a conversation that is reflecting on the arc and the trajectory of anti-corruption reform efforts in Nigeria. I am sure that the report by Agora Policy, I am also one of staunch consumers of the products of Agora Policy. So I'm certain that the report that's been highlighted today, which I haven't read, does a good job of tracing that arc at least since 1999, when Nigeria returned to democracy, and within 6 weeks of the then Obasanjo regime, Obasanjo administration rather, he put forward the ICPC Act. And I was very fortunate to be one of the first cohorts of staff that were recruited to the ICPC all the way back there in 2000 and 2001. I think I mentioned my employment to ICPC, and I'm really grateful that you couched this question in the context of that, is because I remember that time as a key window of opportunity for reform. So a lot of the ways in which I reflect upon Nigeria's anti-corruption journey over the last 25 years is really in identifying the ways in which windows of opportunity have opened up and been exploited, or at least utilized rather, is a more preferable word, by the configuration of political actors that we have at that particular point in time. So when Nigeria returned to democracy in 1999, there was a huge expectation, a huge anticipation of anti-corruption reform being driven through, given, you know, the movement away from a military regime to a more democratic government, and there was a lot of palpable public expectation. And the administration at that time took advantage of that to push through numerous reforms, from the ICPC Act to the EFCC Act, a lot of reforms in governance, economic reforms, and we saw in the second term, you know, the team of reformers that the administration put together at the time. The recruitment of individuals such as myself into the ICPC were instructive and illustrative for me, because I know that process, I did not benefit from a godfather or somebody who had connections who spoke for me. I wrote my letter of application, posted it. I remember it was sent to PO Box. I was invited for the aptitude test. I sat for it, gained the score, invited for an interview, and offered the job. I had nobody speaking for me or drawing any connections or pulling any strings. And I mentioned that to highlight how important windows of opportunity are for reforms and how they signal that expectations have changed. And you see that political actors and public officials act differently when you have these windows of opportunity. People anticipate that public officials will act with integrity. So I think one of the key points that I would like to make in tracing this arc, and I'm not going to go through all of the legislative reforms that have taken place under various administrations, you know, but really that point about how to take advantage of windows of opportunity across administrations. Some have been more successful than others. So maybe the conclusion on Nigeria's trajectory in anti-corruption would be one in which I would highlight has been inconsistent. We have had, a key foundations laid by legislative frameworks, key transparency reforms like the Freedom of Information Act. Of course, that has not been empowered enough. We do not have freedom of information units, for example, at the subnational level. I want to pick up on the point of asset declaration and the point that you made, Dr. Darisu, about public access. There needs to be a law that guarantees the public's access to asset declaration, and Nigeria could adopt, lifestyle audits. These have been done successfully or are being done in places like South Africa. So there's still a lot of work to be done. On the legal front, we have robust laws, accountability tools, but in terms of the kind of horizontal accountability, answerability, and enforcement of these tools, there's a huge gap in that regard. Those connections, those dots have not been connected yet. And finally, when you have, and this comes to the work that we do on the SNAG project, when you have legal frameworks and legal norms that don't align with your social norms, your laws are unenforceable. You can't enforce them. So there has to be a greater alignment between what people see people doing, what people believe people are doing or expect people to do. So there's that huge disconnect between Nigeria's legal frameworks and legal norms and the social norms that govern how we conduct ourselves. And Prof spoke a lot about that, and I'm sure we're going to speak about social norms a little later on. So the trajectory has been inconsistent, and on the transparency front, there's a lot that's been done, but on accountability in terms of consequences for bad behavior, and the cost of being honest being lower in an environment such as Nigeria, there still remains a lot to be done. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hoffman. Thank you so much. I mean, just really important point you raised was the issue of an inconsistent trajectory, right? Because if we're doing the right thing inconsistently, then we're not likely to have, the sort of collective action we expect to see at the end. And then the reflections you made about accountability and transparency. I'm hoping that Barrister Magaji would shed a bit more light now when we're looking at what's happening at subnational level. Because many times we keep this conversation, really national. You have set up an anti-corruption agency in Kano State. That's quite novel. Well, just wondering, why exactly did Kano State think about setting up this public complaints and anti-corruption commission? And in your reflection, how effective, like if we were to now think about some quick wins or big wins for the agency over the past few years, how would you reflect on this?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, start by appreciating the organizers. I congratulate them for pulling these resources together, especially at this crucial time to come and discuss the issue of national importance, that is the corruption issue. Professor Junaidu made passionate presentation that I think resonates in the mind of all of us here. We have a country that is endowed with both natural and human resources, but we are bedevilled with problem of corruption that is militating against all the progress that we're supposed to have gained as a country. Now, coming together, back to your question, I think I'm not in the best position to answer the question why you cannot think of, or rather contemplate the creation of Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission. But I believe it is in aspiration of what is happening at the national level that the leaders of the state at that time, that is in 2005, decided to create Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Directorate, and it was later upgraded to the status of commission in 2008. And I was appointed to head that agency in 2015. And when I went there, I met a comatose agency that cannot do anything, rather, providing services, more or less like civil services. And that is when I reached out to anti-corruption community of the country, which involved the anti-corruption agencies and our partners. Then we were able to, reorganize the agency to meet the necessary, demand. And if you are talking of the wins, the very big win that I might say is that as of today, we have this agency replicated in about 15 states, one of which is Lagos State. Lagos State have Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission, which even the law is mutatis mutandis with that of Kano State. And we have it in Bauchi State, we have it in Jigawa State, we have it in Katsina State, and we have it in, I think recently is in Kogi State. So this is a big win that what we are doing in Kano has resonated to other states. And in terms of achievement, yes, we are focusing on grand corruption. And as I'm speaking to you today, we are prosecuting a case worth 57.4 billion naira, which is well established. And we are prosecuting a case of 4 billion. So we have a grand corruption that we are taking care of. But apart from that, we are equally going after, petty corruption. That petty corruptions people often neglect. You are talking of grassroots. You are talking of, anti-corruption at the grassroots. We have 774 local governments. In my own case, I have 44 local governments. Now, ask yourself, as of today, how many Nigerians will be forced to pay bribe or to be extorted in their daily activities, in the roads, at the hospital, and in other places? The big ones is at the judicial, level. In Kano, we have what we call what I come to know when I come to office. I was told about Delay the Liar. Delay the Liar is some people that are there. They are not court clerks. They are not court staff. I'm not talking of high court. I'm talking of basic court that an ordinary person is going there for his education. So they are there. They will persuade you, depending on what you can afford. And they will persuade you to come and they will facilitate for your case. They are not lawyers. They are not anything. They are just there an agent of corruption. We fought for that. As I'm taking to you, I have a case, Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission, Baba Salisu and others. It's a court of appeal case. It's reported. We were able to pursue this case to the level of court of appeal, and that is when they could not appeal. When court of appeal, affirmed the powers of the commission to investigate these activities. And we were able to defeat these menace. We're not saying that we are eradicating it, but we are saying that we are injecting a new hope into the minds of the people, and that things will change to for better. So, and also, if you look at what is happening at our hospitals, I have a case in the hospital now, whereby we have a Nasara Hospital. Nasara Hospital is a government-owned hospital that is providing services, but with some token. When the management of the hospital realized that the revenue that is meant for the hospital is being drained by corruption, they come with innovative of bringing an automated system. But even at that, they were able to bypass the system, create a problem whereby a syndicate of corruption are creating their own e-receipt, pick one, and they were able to shortchange the hospital. The commission investigated, and we were able to wreck that syndicate. So what I'm trying to say here is that, in addition to what the chairman of the CCB says, which I quite believe him, if we have a functional code of conduct bureau that will checkmate the excesses of public officers, because if there's no mechanism that will provide a check and balances, then certainly some people will take advantage of that loose end. But if we have a robust code of conduct bureau that will go after the public officers that transgress, and I believe we will get it right. But in addition to that, in Nigeria, we only centralize the fight against corruption at national level. We often neglect sub-national. Sometimes at a point, that is why you see the recent, court case against the EFCC, because some governors feel that the fight against corruption is only against them. No. When we have subnationals key into the fight against corruption, believing that they have something to offer. Like in Kano today, I can beat my chest and tell you, no public officer in Kano said that will dare to compromise, to come crossway path with Anti-Corruption Commission of Kano State. We invite commissioners, we investigate them, we take appropriate measures as done at the national level. So we create this deterrence, and it's something that I'm always proud of. As I'm today, we're not only going after the public officials, no. The issue of holding of essential committees. We investigated the case of Anko Borowa. This is a case whereby the federal government decided to close borders and allow us to grow our food in-house. And corrupt element, they come to Abuja, you will see a lot of pyramids around the airport road. They are pegged pyramids. But the main policies, they drill it. They will go to, for instance, Kano, I think it's in 2018, Kano was allocated 10 billion naira. That 10 billion naira, based on the assessment of Anti-Corruption Commission in Kano State, they have, the contractors and the drivers of the program connive themselves. They are the contractors. So instead of to bring 10 billion naira implements to Kano, they will only come with some token amount of implements. That implements, they will go and register people in the name of beneficiaries. When they register them, they will be calling them. They come to Kano. I'm from the village. When you call a village person, you come here to Kano, you ask him to give you some certain percentage of the money that he doesn't have. So if he cannot afford, then they will come tell him that if you cannot afford, these people will buy it from you. They will collect money and give him some token amount, and they will tie his BBN with that loan. So when we are trying to recover the money, we realize that this money does not even go to these people. It's a corrupt element and corrupt syndicate, and they drill the system. You see, this is a problem of corruption. And if you look at the hike in the food commodities and the price increase, you can all attribute it to all these kind of activities. So what I'm trying to point out there is that, establishment of anti-corruption agencies at the state is another missing link, which I believe if we take it and utilize it across the 36 state of the federation, then at least meaningful progress will be made in the fight against corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, please, it's a good place to clap. It's inspiring to know that other states have mirrored what your state is doing. I'm just reflecting on what Prof said about the fact that there are more thieves than the system can apprehend. So this looks really overwhelming, and it will be good to hear from you later about how you're balancing, ensuring that people have access to justice, but then you're also able to do a lot more with public engagement. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Speaking to Mrs. Feromi Iyonda, this year's theme for anti-corruption, really resonates with what your organization does, uniting youth with youth against corruption. Can you tell us why you chose this area of work? What are you doing to engage the future generation? I'm sorry to add this difficult part of it. How hopeful are you, in being able to engage young people?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you again to Agora Policy for the invitation. Again, a big thank you, sir, to Professor Jinodo for a young person in the room listening to him speak. And a lot of the schools here are schools that we've worked with. Part of why Step Up Nigeria decided that our anti-corruption work will focus on children and young people is the frustration with ongoing anti-corruption efforts in Nigeria. And we've heard it from fellow panelists. Sanction systems are broken. No one gets punished, really. I mean, there are people, but not enough to show young people that there's a deterrence to not do the wrong thing. There's, of course, institutions, as we've said, weak institutions are not able to adequately tackle corruption. And the frustration with that ongoing struggle is why we said we have to catch them young. So in 2018, we launched our Catch Them Young initiative. And we didn't want to look at NYSC students or children, persons in universities. We wanted to start from children as early as 6 years old. 60% of Nigerians are under the age of 25, 60%. The global population of youth is 1 billion, according to the United Nations. So if we are going to have anti-corruption efforts that marginalizes the majority of Nigerians today, then I don't think that we're focusing absolutely in the right direction. And so when we started our Catch Them Young initiative, what we hoped to achieve was to change the social norms that drive corruption, the value systems that make corruption acceptable, the incentives that make corruption look okay. And including things like people don't get punished, and so young people think it's acceptable behavior to steal money or to take money that's not yours. A lot of the belief systems start from when people are young. We know that formative years for children are in their first 10 years. And so we started with books like this. For those who are familiar with our work, you'd have heard of Emeka's Money or Halima's Vote. And we're using storybooks, we're using animation, we're using virtual reality. These are the tools that we're using to engage primary and secondary school children about the dangers of corruption, the negative effects, and the importance of standing with integrity. People ask us why children? They're too young, don't expose them to these complex issues, but young people are adversely affected by they receive the highest costs of corruption. They've lived in a country where they did not receive the benefits that a lot of the older Nigerians did. And there's a frustration with young people in Nigeria. There's no why. Why we speak about patriotism. Why should I move against the tide? Why should I fight corruption? There's not much of an incentive. And so the work that we are doing is to try to show young people that you can be the change. It's not giving up on the existing generation, but to say we have to begin to prepare future leaders to act with integrity. We need to begin to prepare those who will be in public office in the next 10, 20, 30 years to act with integrity when they get to those positions. And this year's International Anti-Corruption Day theme is on uniting with youth towards shaping tomorrow's integrity. If we still struggle with, I hear young people say, they speak about fraud, they speak about formats, they are saying school is scam. If we do not begin as early as 5, 6 years old to begin to change the narrative, then we're going to groom the same kind of leaders that we have today. There's a problem. And we have to start to change from as early as primary and junior secondary schools if we hope to have a Nigeria with future leaders who act with integrity. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is so important, preparing the future leaders to act with integrity. And we should not really undermine the fact that a lot of modeling happens when young people see that you can do things and there are no consequences. So really valuable work that you're doing. And we have to keep our eyes on the value system that we are putting down for the future generation. Dr. Onuma, I want to come to you with a very big topic, talking about whistleblowing now. You've worked you've worked across, and lately now you're focused on whistleblowing. How important is whistleblowing? How can this be leveraged, as a critical piece in fighting corruption? But it doesn't come without its own challenges, How do you effectively, use whistleblowing as a tool without that tool coming back to bite you?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Agora Policy and its partners for putting this together. Where do I start? Whistleblowing, it's one of the latest. It's not as if whistleblowing is completely new. We all are familiar with what a whistle is. We are all, those of us who enjoy football, we know referees and the whistle. So the whole essence of whistleblowing emanates from that sense of blowing the whistle when there is an infraction. And if you go further back, you can also relate with law enforcement. Police people use whistleblowing, police officers use whistleblowing to draw the attention of fellow officers or try to stop an infraction and so on. So whistleblowing has been with us for decades. And in the last 2 decades or so globally, it's become one of the creative tools in the fight against corruption. So there is a sense in which, when you look at whistleblowing, it encompasses much of the discussion that has gone on here today. So somebody talked about the fight against corruption beginning with us and ending with us. I remember when I used to be at the EFCC, and I think the mantra is still there: when you see something, say something. That's the essence of whistleblowing. Who is a whistleblower? Perhaps that will give us a sense of why whistleblowing is important. So whistleblowing, it's somebody, it could be in the public or private space, who reports, sometimes anonymously, about wrongdoing or corruption, financial malfeasance and things like that within the organization in the public interest. And we have to make distinction. We don't need to necessarily go into those details between just a complainant and somebody who blows the whistle, who is called a whistleblower. So the essence of whistleblowing in the anti-corruption fight is that we are all involved in the process. Corruption, the fight against corruption is not something that should be left for the anti-corruption agencies alone. The chair of the Code of Conduct Bureau talked about asset declaration and how important that is in the process. Even when people make false declaration, it's people within, either in their family or in the organization that they work, who know these people and know what their true worth and assets are, that can provide anti-corruption agencies like the Code of Conduct Bureau, the ICPC and the EFCC, the information they need. We just came off of a 2-day sub-regional conference on whistleblowing in West Africa, and the Chief of Staff to the Executive Chair of the EFCC was there, and he publicly mentioned that about 60% of the intel they get for the work they do comes from the public. People provide them. These are whistleblowers. So digging deeper into the conversation around whistleblowing, there is nowhere you can find, and looking at the topic, that the essence of this gathering, the state of anti-corruption policy and practice in Nigeria, that connects. If you look at, understand that in 2016, in December 2016, the then government of President Muhammadu Buhari introduced the whistleblowing policy. For 8 years, they managed not to pass a whistleblowing law. And 3 years into that policy, we did a nationwide survey, which we also submitted. And that's why I appreciate the work that Waziri and Tico are doing. We did this nationwide survey where overwhelmingly the result was that people felt they wouldn't blow the whistle. If you compare what was happening when the policy was first introduced, the Koyi Gate scandal, the Yakubu case in Kaduna, the former GMD of NNPC and so on, overwhelmingly Nigerians that we interviewed across the country said they were afraid to blow the whistle because there was no law to protect them. They didn't know what would happen to them, their family, and so on. And this is talking about the consequences you mentioned, the challenges of whistleblowing, from reprisal under your immediate boss to all kinds of retaliation. Many whistleblowers who've worked in the last 5, 6, 7 years, some have lost their job for 3 years, no pay, unjustly. Then there is this new tendency that it's become global now. It's what they call slap. Literally and figuratively, it's like they are slapping you, but it's a more legal and technical term, which means strategic lawsuit against public participation. And perhaps my brother from Kano can speak a bit about this, and it's not as if I'm putting you on the spot. So there is this journalist, Jafar, who blew the whistle on the former governor of Kano State, Ganduje, on the issue of dollar and so on. He's currently in exile. And we've had, as an organization, we've had to support him. And he sued. This event issue happened in Kano, and he sued literally across the country. He's a journalist who doesn't have the financial wherewithal to fight a governor. But there's this strategic lawsuit that the governor is instituting against a journalist across the country, making it impossible for him to respond, and ultimately he had to leave the country. So these are some of there are whistleblowers who have faced challenge of even threats to their lives, threats to the lives of their family members, and so on. So if we're looking at the connection, the nexus between policy and practice or action, it's important that we actually put our money where our mouth is. And I think one of the ways we need to begin to do that is the question of making that big leap from policy, whistleblowing policy, to having a whistleblowing law in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Just to wrap up this point, so what's the way forward? One is to have a whistleblowing law, but as part of this process, are there practical insights, especially maybe from your recent conference, as to how we can actually protect people who want to use this as a tool to improve transparency at different levels of government?
Well, it's important. Talking about different levels, I'm happy students are here. Before Professor Jinadu made the eloquent speech, and particularly the point about the decay in tertiary institutions, I was taking copious note about my intervention, what's happening. If you read the newspapers, yesterday there was a story about university governing councils now sell VC position. So you're looking at corruption. Corruption has gone beyond the generally known notion of corruption. Oh, politicians steal money, Yaya Bello embezzled security votes or money meant for a state. Even in the citadels of learning, where future leaders, future generations, doctors, lawyers, and so on are reproduced, you find these tendencies. So, and it cuts across. You're looking at medical schools where people go through all kinds of dubious process to get degrees as medical doctors, and imagine the consequences on the lives of citizens and so on. So on one level, you're looking at where governing councils that have so much power sell positions. Politicians are interested in the race of who becomes the VC of a university, because it's the VC who will be a returning officer for gubernatorial election in the state. Yeah. So you look at what's happening in university, in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, for example, where we hear that the state governor had interest in installing somebody who was not qualified, and he was made VC until there was a new directive from the president removing him. I have lots of materials I loaded here where students were complaining about their lecturers, people saying before they could graduate or present their dissertation or thesis, they had to cook rice, they had to buy coke, they had to do org. I mean, the kind of things you couldn't, not just couldn't hear, you couldn't even imagine it 30, 40 years ago within the university system. I did my PhD in communication and journalism at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, in the beautiful city of Barcelona. That
He's pronounced it for you.
The MC couldn't mention. When Professor Jinadu was speaking, I was thinking about what happened. When I finished my, what's it called? I did my defense. My professor was so elated. He took me out first for tea. After the tea, he took me out for a seaside dinner. For making him proud, because we had an external examiner from the UK, we had one from Egypt, the University in Cairo, and so on. So you see that kind of cultural thing. He took me out. He was happy that here
you have to be the one to.
Yeah, you have to be the one. A friend of mine who I actually encouraged to come to Barcelona for school, what happened to him? He had finished his coursework, done his dissertation here. Then he was working for an international organization, and he traveled to Ghana. 3 days, he was away for 3 days, and he got an email that he had to come for his defense. And he couldn't. They gave me, my university gave me 9 months to prepare me for my defense. So all these cultural challenges we face in Nigeria, the way out really is what Prof said. We really need to get our politics right, because there is a way our politics has impacted on our way of life, on our culture, and therefore on the level of corruption in the country.
Thank you. And then, because there's no consequence for bad behavior, it keeps going down. I mean, what is happening in our institutions now is really sad. Coming back to Feromi, you've heard from him. Now, even within our institutions, we see some of these elements of corruption. I know quite a number of people who did not even finish an MSc or PhD in our Nigerian universities just because of some of these conversations that you're having. Can you share, just briefly, some key insights as to how your organization reflects on addressing some of these complexities within the educational system?
Okay, sorry about that. So as you were speaking, I was thinking about, back to the issue of our value systems are broken. We've engaged primary school, there's a culture of reporting is bad. Even with of course there's the issue of legislation, but we're in a country where when you report someone for doing something bad, you are the bad person, not the person who stole the money, but the person who reported. In primary schools, and I'm saying primary schools that we've been to, one of the champions, we have an annual Anti-Corruption Star Awards, and we awarded a 9-year-old girl who reported her classmates who were cheating in the examination hall. Emilia, who was 9-year-old at the time, was bullied for the rest of that term by boys in her class. Emilia had to change her school as a result of bullying. So if 9, 10-year-old children are bullying people for reporting, it should not be a shock that adults cannot report corruption or negative behavior because they've been sensitized to believe that reporting is bad. And that brings us back to the issue of we need to change, our value system. So back to your question around the education system. One thing that Step Up Nigeria has learned that works, and this is around building social sanctions. If the legal system is not going to be able to hold people accountable, then we have to raise a generation of people that will hold each other accountable. We have to be the law unto ourselves. The social sanctions system is something that we're hoping to build. And the approach we've taken with our work, one is using storytelling, but it's also building an ecosystem. So we've tried to trace students that we've engaged over the last 5, 6 years to see what would it take to have sustained anti-corruption education, to have that sustained change in behavior as well. One, we've learned that it has to be a collective effort. So our approach, one, involves engaging children in schools, but of course we can't get to every school in Nigeria as an organization. So we have a online training for teachers, we have an LMS system that allows teachers from all over Nigeria to be trained. This gives them the capacity to introduce ethics and integrity themes in existing subjects in the curriculum. So we're not bringing in a new subject, but equipping them to do that. And also we have an integrity certification program for schools. So that helps schools to build codes of conduct for teachers, for parents, for students. This also helps schools to introduce things like a conflict of interest register where favoritism exists between teachers and students in the school. And then also equipping schools to engage with parents. a recurring theme, and we have some of our school owners in the audience, a recurring theme that we're hearing is that parents are the problem. That the schools themselves will say, we don't cheat here, we don't do special center. The parents will insist that they bring in the cheats, the dobs, the expo for the children in the schools. And so it's back to a values problem, even where the schools themselves are trying to encourage academic honesty, the parents themselves are demanding this. And so we have to ask ourselves some hard questions, because we are the ones who are poisoning the next generation.
So really hard questions, that triangle, the parent, the teacher, and the children, and really reflecting on the value system that drives this engine. Coming to you, Barrister Magaji, I just want to ask, now that you have so many other states, adopting, setting up anti-corruption agencies, any cross-learning, any insights from, across the different states? How are you guys learning and improving, especially because when you're thinking in terms of just prosecution and all that, the scale is a lot. How do you learn? How do you evolve to be more nimble and effective with your fight against corruption?
Okay, thank you very much. In Kano, we have replicated virtually all what is obtainable at national level. For instance, we have an open government partnership initiative. We developed an action plan in 2018. Then we have anti-corruption strategies, Kano anti-corruption strategy, and we have actors, that's the anti-corruption and transparency unit across the MDAs. Then we have anti-corruption club as well. Now, in terms of cross-learning, I remember when Bauchi State will have their anti-corruption agencies they came to Kano, they discussed with us, and we share our experiences with them. So also Jigawa. Jigawa came 2 times. Even, I think last week I was told that Kogi State reached out and they were asking of how to set up their anti-corruption agency. Now, I will appreciate the fact that the development partners are playing key roles. For instance, MacArthur Foundation, extend their support they are given to national anti-corruption agencies, to the sub-national anti-corruption agencies, especially the Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission through the CDD. And so also the rule of law and anti-corruption, that is the ROLAC project. We have been working with ROLAC project for quite some time now, and we are sharing ideas. Then the National Anti-Corruption Agency as well. Before we establish our anti-corruption institute in Kano, I heavily rely on EFCC and ICPC Academy for the training of our staff. Then the preventive mechanism as well. Like now, we are looking at possibilities of, in fact, His Excellency, the Executive Governor has approved the establishment of Kano integrated transparency database that will allow us to track, the expenditures of the ministries, departments, and agencies, and including that of local government, more specifically because of what we have obtained recently in some investigation activities carried out in relation to local government councils, where we trace funds meant for procurement and for digging of boreholes to the account of local government chairman. So with this, I think we will have, and with recent initiative of the ICPC, where Professor Musa is now championing the cause. Last week we were together with the chairman here in Kano at the Anti-Corruption Summit of Donal Attorney General Summit, where he took upon himself with the support of the development partners to bring together sub-nationals so that we're going to have a comprehensive national approach to the fight against corruption, which I believe is a missing link, as I said.
Thank you. I think I really like that comprehensive national approach, and it's good to hear that the sub-nationals are learning together. Going to Lina as we start to round up, how do you think the norms-based approach, I mean, we've been reflecting a lot around, the normative drivers of corruption, but how well do you think is integrated into the current approach in Nigeria for fighting corruption, and what are the implications of leaving that out or bringing that, mainstream?
Well, there are significant implications for leaving out norms-based approaches to anti-corruption. A lot of the things that we have brought up in our discussion today and a lot of the conversation around values, value systems being broken in Nigeria have been very much the motivation for the last 10 years or so of our work and looking at the role of social norms in entrenching corruption. And one of the interesting findings... Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, so one of the interesting findings from about a decade of doing this work is that for the most part, a lot of the types of corruption that we looked at, particularly around petty corruption, many of these forms of corruption are actually driven by what in the literature is called descriptive norms. So people just believing that everybody does a certain thing. So it's not necessarily that every form of corruption that Nigeria is grappling with is influenced or sustained by social norms. There are social norms in particular types of corruption, police corruption, for example. But this norms-based approach helps us to explore, all of these softer aspects of anti-corruption that our legal frameworks aren't really designed for dealing with when you're talking about societal consequences, when you're talking about social sanctions, as Faramir was talking about. Having a norms lens helps you explore where social norms or descriptive norms, that is what people think everybody's doing, how those kinds of normative drivers, behavioral drivers sustain negative behaviors. So behaviors that we all know are detrimental to society, yet we engage in them. So that is really also where this kind of work is really vitally important, because it helps us understand corruption in Nigeria and in many similar places where corruption is systemic as a collective action problem. And by collective action problem, I mean that most people would like to live in an honest society, but most people do not believe that other people will act honestly. So everyone is stuck in what is a social trap of corruption, engaging in behavior that we all know is detrimental, but no one wants to be the first person to take on the overwhelming cost. And we've spoken about that today, and if you've paid attention to a lot of the conversation, the example that Chude gave about the journalist who was a whistleblower, it is hugely costly for individuals to do the right thing in contexts such as Nigeria. So the real question, or one of the quandaries that we need to solve in anti-corruption in Nigeria, is how do we reduce the cost of being honest? How do we shift the balance of accountability or consequences from the people who do the right thing to the people who do the wrong thing? There are a number of policy approaches that our research is exploring and that we're going to present in the coming months. But one of the ones I want to highlight is the role of trendsetters, what is called trendsetters or integrity idols or integrity role models. And that is speaking to some of the work that Faramir is speaking about or spoke about, and the work that Accountability Lab does. So looking at the role of integrity role models to signal norms of honesty, values of integrity, and good behavior. And I'm going to just end on one note, and this is from a survey that we did last year in Nigeria. And we looked at, we presented about 6,500 households with a panel of questions. And the questions dealt with self-interested values and collective well-being values. So some of the self-interested questions were around, in your community, do people value power over honesty? Will people, do engaging behavior in their interest or in the community interest? And then we had a set of, collective well-being questions. And across the self-interested questions, so power versus honesty, unfortunately, a lot of people believe that in their community, people value power over honesty. This was like a third of respondents strongly agreed with that statement.
Wow.
But on the other hand, when we asked certain questions, it's a limited number of questions, but the general point I'm making is that our value systems are at a crossroads. So when we asked the question about, in your community, do people feel bad when people are taken advantage of? We had the highest level of agreement to that statement. So what I deduce or interpret from those findings is that while Nigerians are accustomed to abuses of power, recognize their political actors, exploit their offices and their positions, and there is a level of cynicism towards our political system and just government and all of that. We also are at a crossroads in terms of our values. That there are collective well-being values, that people have a shared value of compassion for others, of empathy, and of fairness. So Nigeria has strong norms of fairness because we had the highest level of agreement around those questions around, people being taken advantage of in your community. So we have a healthy collective well-being threshold that if we are to connect the dots, galvanize action and actors engage in collective action in that direction, we can shift the balance and make a difference, a proper social level, like Big Bang approach difference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hoffman, for sharing. Thank you. Dr. Bello, you have the floor, you have the final say. So we are really excited about, seeing the sort of impact that you would make at CCB. But I think particularly just to focus on, just in a nutshell, what's your vision for the next few years, and especially now we started the conversation about leveraging technology for asset declaration. How do you intend to expand the use of technology to ensure that CCB can improve this fight against corruption and really institutionalize some key projects or action points that would help us see real tangible impact?
Okay, thank you very much. Again, like I said, hello? Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, even though I mentioned some of our challenges, but for me, I don't want to dwell on our challenges and lack of resources. What can we do with the little resources that we have? And fortunately, my PhD was on money laundering, anti-money laundering. Incidentally, this is where I did my book launch. That was around 4 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So there is a concept from that PhD that I want to bring to CCB. It's called the risk-based approach. So here too, in CCB, what I intend to do is that we apply the risk-based approach to verification, risk-based approach to investigation, and risk-based approach to prosecution. What do I mean by that? Because our mandate covers all over the country, but then let's try to categorize our clients, let me call them our clients, public servants, into high risk, medium risk, and low risk. And then we apply different set of measures based on our classification. Even for verification, for example, if somebody brings his results, you can apply the simplified method of doing it just for you to do that. But then somebody that is in high risk, you have to go and do the verification yourself. You have to go and ask for additional information. That way, we are just going to isolate some of the areas that we think is going to impact on our cases. So that's one of the things that I'm thinking of implementing as the chairman of CCB, do the risk-based approach. Apart from that, there is an instance, for example, there are so many public officials that are afraid of verification. Because once you say they are going to be verified, then they'll be afraid maybe they're going to investigate them. One of the things that we're thinking of doing in CCB is that we should tell people verification is not investigation. If you are verifying your asset, we are not investigating you. You have already declared that you have a house in Gwagwalada or in Abuja. We are just going to go and verify it. We are not trying to investigate you at that point. And once you declare your assets, it's only when you are going out of office that we're going to again verify it and see whether you can now account for any increase in your net worth. But then if there is complaint, you must as well go and do it. But then you should know that we are not investigating you. So verification is not investigation. That's one of the key things I want to make sure that public servants are aware of. If you are asked to verify your asset, I'm not saying we are investigating you. Investigation will come if there is petition, or for example, after you left office and then we look at your asset and you cannot account for it, that's when we do the investigation. Another thing that we are thinking of doing is that we want to involve a lot of professionals. If you are going to a bank to get a loan, for example, you have a collateral, the bank will ask lawyers to go and verify your assets. For some of the things that we cannot do, we can ask professionals to do that for us. So those are the kind of innovation that we want to include as part of our duty. You mentioned technology. For example, if I'm in the UK, when I want to rent a house, I don't go to the house and see whether the house is there or not. I use my Google Map or Google app to check whether it exists in the first place. So in the case of this, that's what we can do. If you say you have a house in Maitama, you can sit down in your office to find out whether it exists in the first place. Because there are two things. There is existence and then there is ownership. Ownership, you can ask the lawyers to go and verify whether you own it. Existence, you can look at Google Maps or some other things to see whether it exists in the first place. You say you have a house, we check from the comfort of my office, I will see that that house doesn't exist at all. So that is the use of technology. We are trying to implement a lot of things on that. Unfortunately, when I was in the FCC, I was one of the project team in deployment of case management system, the Go Case and Go AML. So that's one of the things too we need to have in CCB to make sure that we are doing technology. Apart from that, there is something that he mentioned about whistleblowing. And that's one of the things that is at the heart of what we are trying to do. Once we have automated whistleblowing, even if people are afraid to report, if you make it anonymous, then that fear should not be there. If you are just submitting that information, you are not looking for 5% or 10%, you are doing it just for you to help your country. You give us information and we'll be able to use that information to do an investigation. So again, like I mentioned, all of you here, you know your neighbors who are public servants. If you go to state, you know that this person was appointed last year and now he has billions and billions of dollars. It's not easy, it's not difficult for you to identify people that are living above their means. The only way is how do you guarantee that those people are reporting those information? So those are the kind of things that we are thinking of doing in CCB to make sure that is the way people are going to do their reporting, and then is investigation, prosecution, and also verification. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You would agree with me that we have learned quite a lot, but also taken a lot of insights. This is the best time to really appreciate Agora Policy for all the hard work they do. Please let's clap for Agora Policy in just ensuring that even some of the insights that we have gathered from today's panel, we still go into opportunities for stronger policy advocacy. While I thank our distinguished panel, I would just still like to end this session with the very wise words from Professor Jinadu. We need to set legal and moral guardrails to ensure that we can effectively fight corruption before it is too late. Thank you so much for the time. And it's a time for us to quickly have questions and interventions and reflections, around some of the things that we have heard. I don't know if we have somebody helping us with the mic.
Yeah, we have a mic.
Okay.
So we'll go around. If you have some questions, you indicate. We'll go over there and take them, and then we'll respond, please. We have hands up from yonder. I'll come to you. So you tell us and go straight on to the question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Silvano Zudaino. I'm the Executive Director of CREEP Africa Initiatives. Some 2 weeks ago, just before I saw the notification for this event, we had a webinar, and the webinar was titled Safeguarding accountability the future of anti-corruption efforts in Nigeria. And while this conversation has been going on, so much of what was said there and discussed there was actually being reiterated here. But I have a concern, and that concern is the reason why I'm actually taking this mic to air out and ask as a question, because we've spoken so much about broken values, value system, inconsistency in fight against corruption, and there is something that actually bothers me, which is the political will of our government. I want to know what is the commitment, what commitment do this particular government have in the fight against corruption? Because we know that the last...
Your question. Let's go to the question. So that
I've already asked the question.
Yeah, political will of the government.
How is this government committed to the anti-corruption fight?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take them from this end and you respond later, please.
Yes.
There's a young lady here. You tell us your name, the school you're representing.
My name is Benjamin Great and I'm from Nature Basic Academy. My question is, what am I supposed to do if my parent insists that to go to a special center to write my exams?
Thank you. Your name and your question.
My name is Stephen Oluwaseun. So my question, and it's in form of an idea. Now, we have BVN when it comes to the financial sector that you can use in tracing all accounts owned by a person, an individual. Now, can we have a system like that that has to do with properties? For example, the case of 700-something building, like a system like that can trace the properties belonging to one person, every properties you have, like a number, a national number that for every of your property, you can use it to trace them. That is my question. I would like the chairman to answer my question.
Thank you very much. We'll take some 2 or 3 more from here. There's a young lady from this end. We'll come this way, please. Come this way. Yeah, I saw your hand here. Student, the future of Nigeria. You tell us your name, the school you represent, and then ask the question.
Okay, my name is Daniel Confidence. I'm from the University of Abuja. I'm a broadcasting student. So, should I say I'm anxious to know what safeguards are in place to protect whistleblowers and investigative journalists in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Student of broadcasting. You have a question from here, or you are from this end? We saw you. Yeah, please. Sir, your name and then the question.
Yeah, I understand Dr. from Grace Zion Basic Foundation Academy. Nigeria is 64 years. With all the government policies laid down, with the security agencies, different agencies, ICPC, FOND, EFCC, different organizations, civil rights organizations, they could not arrest these menace. And I put the cross-credit to the center man from Kano. I heard him that 10 billion was awarded to Kano state government. And he said that at the center, some people took it all. How end was it? But from the inception to this time, both the ex-governor, both the ex-speaker, and ex-president, the current one, they embezzle money, and we cannot see the end product of that fighting, including all the policies we have on ground. And the more we fight corruption, the more it grows. If even if you blow the whistleblower, there's no effective to fighting the corruption because they will don't fight it to the end and you see the one person held corporate. From the section, this governor embezzle money, this minister embezzle money, we went to go to the court, thought come out, and yet the person still existing and going around the city and have an agency that fight corruption. Why?
Thank you very much, sir. I guess we are done here. Do we have any other question from this end so that our panelists can respond as appropriate. There's one there. Okay. There's a lady and then a gentleman.
Yeah, I have a 3 o'clock.
My name is Oluwatosin. I'm a 7 core member. I just remembered then in tertiary, when we were in the university, I just want to ask what protection right those students in the higher institutions have when it comes to corruption? Because most times we've heard of cases where students get to report lecturers and then they are being held back in school. They can't graduate with their mates. They are being scared of saying something or speaking up because they don't know what the next action or what the result of their action is going to be. So what do we do? What do students do in cases like this when they are being treated badly by so-called lecturers and all of that, and they can't speak up because they are afraid of the next thing that would happen to them because of that?
Thank you. The last, but by no means the least. Your name, sir, and the question.
My name is Jamil Balam Ahmad, the coordinator, UKAI International. UKAI is United Action Against Corruption and Injustice. It's an NGO. My question is to almost all the presenters. First, the code of conduct. I've tried to inform us that the budget of CCP is so minimum that to carry out some of the human rights. Then the question is that what are you doing to ensure that this very, very important government process gets the adequate funds to do what it needs to do, particularly with the asset declaration? I learned that asset declaration only comes to fore when there is complaint. Sometimes after leaving office, you hear that.
Yeah, we're doing some work around that, and I'm hoping I'll have the opportunity to talk.
But what are you doing to follow that public servant or political office holder to ensure that he do not commit? Because it's not to commit offense, but how to stop it. What are you doing? And you need to engage other funders to fund your organization.
Thank you.
Muhi, the Kano chairman, you are doing great. In the whole country, I haven't heard of any state-owned anti-corruption agency that is doing what the Kano anti-corruption is doing. I think you need to double up and continue doing this great work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very important. Yanda, I think Yanda was telling us catch them young. What are you doing to involve NERDC, that is National Educational Development,
Research and Development Council.
the agency that form curriculum? The issue is that you need to have a lesson, a subject, right from primary school for the purpose, not to just have the book, storybook, but to have a subject on its own. Are you working with NERDC? I think the woman in online give us the loopholes, the beautiful policies at the beginning from 99.
Thank you,
today.
sir.
Nothing. Now things have changed. My question to her: what brought that changes?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think to make this faster, I already listed the questions, so I'll just go to everyone and ask you the question relevant to you. So, do you mind if I start with you, Dr. Onuma?
Yes.
There's a question about safeguards to protect whistleblowers. My dear sister is concerned about how this impacts on investigative journalists. Also, there was a question about protection for students in higher institutions if they report lecturers.
Thank you very much. I took note of those questions. I'll try and be brief. I have another program I have to run to. The question about whistleblowing in tertiary institution is something that is close to our heart as an organization, but also the Presidential Initiative on Continuous Audit, PICA, which is the government agency in the Ministry of Finance that is responsible for whistleblowing, takes this seriously. And they were supposed to launch a campaign last year, but again, because of funding constraints. So let me just state here, both our organization, AfricMail, through its Corruption Anonymous project, CORA. So if you type CORA, Google CORA, you get the link. And this goes to also the question somebody asked about errant lecturers. There are secure, and I think the chair of the Code of Conduct Bureau highlighted this. There are secure ways to report infractions or malfeasance anywhere, whether in schools, in health institutions, and government agencies. Whistleblowing is not something that focuses on financial crimes alone. Sex for grade, abuse of office by lecturers, nepotism, and so on. So if you check the PICA website, you can report conveniently, anonymously. Nobody will know that you are the person that reported, and you bring this infraction to the attention of the relevant authorities. And finally, just to say that whistleblowing is important. It's a key ingredient in the fight against corruption because it's an extension of the whole question of access to information and freedom of information. It's therefore important for whistleblowers to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Quickly, I would like you to answer the question about a parent insisting on special centers, to write exams, and then just a short reflection on the question about curriculum.
Yeah, thank you. To the student from Nature Nurture, I think you've asked me a very difficult question because it is hard for children to speak back to their parents. If you're in that situation, I would give advice to do two things. If your parents are insisting you have to go to a special center to write your exam, I would say you have to be able to convince mommy and daddy, or mommy or daddy, that you can do this on your own. I think your parent will be proud to hear you say, I can read, I can understand, I will study hard, I will show you that I can pass my examinations without any external support or help. I think that's something your parents would like to hear. But also, if your parent still doesn't listen to that, I would recommend speaking to your principal or your vice principal, someone more senior in your school, who can also speak to mommy and daddy to let them know that they've equipped you to write this exam on your own. And then on the comment on NDRDC, yes, one of the very first things we did when we started so as at now, one of our storybooks, Halima's Vote, has been reviewed and approved by the NERDC to be used to teach civic education in upper primary schools. So yes, it has been approved. But like you're saying, when we approach the NERDC very briefly, curriculum development is very difficult in Nigeria. It takes years, and when we were even given a budget as to how much that would cost, as at 2019 was about 12 million naira. So we chose the approach of integrating into the existing curriculum as opposed to creating a new subject because of the bottlenecks involved. Yes.
Thank you so much. Sir, I don't know if you can answer the big question about political will.
Okay. Gentleman made mention of the 10 billion naira that I said is being allocated for Anticorruption. Normally, Anticorruption is a federal government program, but it's meant specifically for that state, and it's not being given to the state, but some actors that were supposed to drive the program. But what happened was that when we are investigating, normally, and not only peculiar to Kano State Anti-Corruption Agency, all the anti-corruption agencies are making, facing this problem. You see, when you are investigating the powerful, they have the wherewithal to hire the best lawyers, and they can go at any length to make sure that they scuttle that investigation. And this is what happened in this particular case. Before I went on my sabbatical, because that was a different story entirely, but we are investigating the matter, and we have a court order that instructed us to stop us. But this is not only peculiar to this case. I want to mention one case that will give you an insight. But before then, this theoretical intelligence that we have is our situation. Professor Jinedu made mention passionately, x-ray the situation of Nigeria. And it's only we that will believe that with policies or without policies, the issue of corruption is bedeviling the situation, is bedeviling the country, and we must stand up against it. Not only the whistleblowers are facing problem. We, the anti-corruption actors at the government level, we equally face problem. We equally face enormous challenges. And we have to stand against corruption. There's no two-way, but there's no shortcut about it. I have one case. The chairman of Code of Conduct is here. We are investigating a case, and we trace money, 700 million naira, into account a public officer who is a managing director of a state-owned company who earns less than me. And when we asked the Code of Conduct Bureau then to help us, and we were able to confiscate properties, brand new trucks, they are still with us anyway. But we blocked about, in 3 accounts, we blocked 700 million naira. Wow. Did you know that the leadership of the Code of Conduct that time, with this I'm coming to political will, the leadership of Code of Conduct that time could not provide us with the Code of Conduct Bureau form that he filled to enable us approach courts to get the picture of that problem. Wow. What we did was to approach the court. And instead, incidentally, his predecessor used to be my teacher. And I was the one that was being arrested, charged to Code of Conduct Tribunal. Wow. It was only last week that the Court of Appeal made pronouncement of that. And you know what? This money that we blocked, it was because we did not take it, we did not forfeit it. It is generating interest. But he connived with some individual, go through the back door, use some loose end in our court processes, and was able to take away 195 million naira before we realized. Wow. So there are a lot of things that are happening in this part against corruption. What I'm saying, like the issue of Jafar. When my tribal started, Jafar himself asked me to run away. I said, I will not go. We must stand here. This is our country. We must live here. And we try. So I am urging the general public, specifically the youth, with or without the whistleblowing law, we have to find a way. It's not all about the percentage that we'll get. It's all about our country and our future. And we must fight this corruption.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And I'd likely Dr. Hoffman to lend her voice to this issue around, political will. Nigeria is 64 with all the policies. What is really changing? I know we've talked about this, but maybe just in a minute, if there's any highlight you have around, especially your experience in the past 2 decades, with the role of political will in really driving anti-corruption.
Well, I think the summation of it is that in the last 25 years, where there has been a greater political will, and beyond just rhetorical references to anti-corruption, there have been more reform gains, and particularly also where you have coalitions that have been able to create an environment for executive and legislative engagement around legislation, around adoption of laws and policies. You find that in those administrations or under those administrations, there is, of course, more progress. I think what has been challenging since the time, Obasanjo's time, up until through Yaradua, Jonathan, Buhari, until date, is that a lot of these accountability tools or anti-corruption enforcement tools, including agencies and the like, agencies like the ICPC that I was a part of, is that the legitimacy of these institutions is often undermined by their politicization. So where we have had the biggest challenge is in creating genuinely apolitical anti-corruption institutions and oversight bodies. So with examples like the Freedom of Information Act, what has been really challenging in capturing responsibility for the act is that we do not have yet depoliticized an autonomous office of the Attorney General where you can situate the act and its operationalization. And this is replicated at the federal level and the subnational level. So while on the one hand, we have, we must not, fall into a depression or just apathy or just be immobilized by the progress that hasn't been made. We should acknowledge that in terms of structural solutions, there are structural solutions that have been made. It is the entrenchment of them that is missing, the proper institutionalization of them, and engaging the public. Even in our conversation today, with the questions that have been asked by the audience and the engagement of the audience, you can see how this conversation has been animated and more connected. So people engaging the public has always been missing. So it happens without, social action or activity.
As we round up.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we like this kind of ideas, and we're definitely going to look at the ways for us to do that kind of a thing. But then one of the key things we have here in Nigeria that we can leverage is that all real estate developers, they report to the SCUMO. So we have a database of property owners, and once you have a property, you have to report all the transaction that is done. So we can be able to mine that data from the SCUMO. Apart from that, again, like you mentioned, there are so many ways that you can use to find out owners of property, at least in concept. Because, for example, if you go abroad, now you'll be able to search on the internet to find out the property, who owns that property, what is the value of that property, when was it sold, when was it bought, the name of the people involved. So if you can have that kind of database here in Nigeria, that would work as well. And abroad, it's not the government that have those databases. You have private organizations, they can build databases. So it's a challenge to you, all of you that think of creative ways. You can do it, you can even charge money for that, and you can get a lot of money out of it. But on our own part, we are going to leverage the SCUMO. We're also going to leverage on our investigation, because investigation will link a property directly to the owner of the property. There was a time when I was doing investigation, what we did very easy. We just went and pasted keep up. We put the name when I was in EFCC keep up. And then the owner came to us and said, why are you putting EFCC keep up here? Well, this is my own legitimate property. I said, okay, where did you buy it? Who did you buy it from? Incidentally, is a judge. And that was the person that we're investigating. How did you pay for it? He said, I paid using dollars, cash. I went to his house and paid dollars to him. So all the properties that you've seen around is very easy, because properties are physical. You can easily identify this property. And then, like I mentioned earlier on, all this property, all of us know the person that owns the property. I was going in Kano last week also when I went to Kano. I was just passing, somebody said, this house belongs to, he mentioned the name of public officer. Because it's a common knowledge, everybody knows about that. That's why it's important for us to use the whistleblowing policy that he mentioned. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be open. Just send us the information. And then finally about the budget. And I want to assure you that this government is doing a lot to make sure that CCB is funded. We have done a lot of things about that. I can assure you that by the next budget, you will see an improvement in our budget, because we have tabled our complaints, and then they've appointed us to do this work. And they're keen to make sure that CCB is doing its work. So I can assure you, maybe next time we're here, I will tell you that the budget of CCB has improved significantly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So wait for the next time. The budget is going to improve. Thank you so much. Thank you to our distinguished panel. Thank you. I don't know if they'll have pictures.
Yes, we'll have a photo session. So thank you very much, Dr. Osasuyi Idrisu. Thank you for moderating this session so very professionally. We're indeed honored. Would invite Professor Jinodu to join with our panelists in the photo session. Would also invite the chair of the board of Agora Policy, yes, to join along with the panelists. So to make it gender friendly, or what? All right. Thank you very much. So we are indeed thankful to you, Dr. Abdullahi Bello, Chairman, Code of Conduct Bureau. Thank you for your intervention. Dr. Lena Hoffman, sorry, you can't join us this photo session from here. Thank you. It's been wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Muhuyi Magaji, what you're doing in Kano has been resoundingly applauded across the land. Mrs. Feromi Yonda, thank you also that you are taking the younger Nigerians along. Dr. Chido Onuma, board chair, whistleblowing, except that you didn't come with your whistle this afternoon. Please, next time. Now I know that it's an academy and it's a university and it's in Barcelona. Yeah. Some other, yes, Mr. Waziri Adio and a few of our other friends are joining in the photo session. Dr. Omar Yakubu, yes, he's there. We'll move the vote of thanks in a moment. Thank you all very much. Are we smiling? I know that Prof has said that, but Prof is smiling, so we should all smile. Thank you all very much. Our young ones, we are indeed thankful for your interventions from the various universities, NYSC, the University of Abuja, and the various academies from across. Thank you all so much. As a gift, or a pogende, as a gift, are you around? Okay, can you please step forward before we invite Dr. Omar to move the vote of thanks so that you take us on the spoken word and take us before we invite. Essay, please, can you quickly come forward? I do know that time is of the essence, and some of our guests, particularly those who are from outside of Abuja, would be going back this afternoon. Essay, where are you? Please, could you come this way for the spoken word? Please, Dr. Omar, just 1 minute. We'll hear from our daughter, and then we'll go. Thank you. Spoken word?
I think the laws of science are beginning to flop in their provisions of solutions to life challenges, because in my territory, we have a new sect of scientists and philosophers. The lawmakers, you can call them the scientists after the new order. Scientific laws and artistry obviously didn't end with the classics. For we're in a season of the emergence of new laws by which we must now live. Recently, I lost touch with the God of science. I forgot what being an artist meant. I no longer calculate my travels in kilometers, neither do I travel with time. Tell me, of what use are kilometers to a man who can fly birds when our roads are constantly rampaged by unknown men who throw you to your destination only on account of your family income size? I beg the common man would ask, of what use are formal educations if even the best brains are not assured of a life close to the definition of comfort? Religion, you might want to ask, used to be a symbol of peace and harmony, but now a foundation for blood spill. Doctrines of the spirit and flesh with the portrait of the deity as an assurance of hope in the afterlife amuses the mind of the man whose eyes are daily stained with blood and his ears filled with pains and agony, his heart stabbed multiple times by fear. For in this world, peace and happiness are mere illusions. There are new formulas to living life in this dispensation. The distance between the north and the east is the amount of ransom you can pay. Education and employment are all proven by the big names you can lay claims on. Religious tolerance means allowing your neighbor spill your own blood, and you don't even give your successors the privilege of writing or even telling your own story. I tell you, art has been redefined. Science now has a new saying. But I'll still rest in my home, a home of many tongues united by one song, a pour for progress. Even though my heart splits double daily as I get served bitter plates, and the fear of my own blood being the next roadmap, or my face the deco at every junction, makes me run to safety at the white walls, but I'm greeted with even blood stains. I tried to cross the river to the south, but I saw it whimpering with blood. While I hope for the sun to dry it up, the clouds begins to gather. And I then hope that the rain will fall, the rain will wash the white walls, and that one day our homes will no longer be painted blood. I stay strongly believing in the Nigerian dream of unity and faith, peace and progress. Now hear this. Nemesis will catch up with them one day. The men who make us sweat blood during their campaigns. They soon forget us. They soon forget us, men for whom we scorned our brothers. But if we were not tools, will the unjust man rule? The accursed who betrayed our loyalty, the men who gave us peanuts to throw catapult. You see, we both sit on the same table, and that's why we have not been the perfect judge. But know this, you may not be at the peak, but never be quiet when it's time to speak. Silence is not always proof of wisdom, neither is speaking always a fight for freedom. Some spoke and were killed. Others kept quiet, but still died. Whichever way, there is a prize. And at the end, expect the prize. People may not misquote your silence, but that might be giving them your license. Say no to corruption, yes to accountability. Thank you.
Please, let's keep the applause going for the young lady, essay. It's like it's riding on the shoulders of Professor Jinadu, who also shared a poem with us in concluding his presentation earlier today by Thank you very much. I hope that these poems that we have shared today will have a way of having them published somehow. Agora policy, please, so that we can internalize them some more. We're indeed honored by the interventions of our young friends, Ekweyoung, Kingsley, Roland, and before then, Jamila Abbas Muhammad, and now Essay Gift Orakogen. Thank you all very much. We also wish to say a big thank you to two of my friends, Josiah Abdullahi and Ruth Taiwo Azoma, who have been also ministering to us in a special way. It's an inclusive process. Thank you all very much. I can't express the gratitude of Agora Policy, Bakathon Foundation, and all of those involved, as much as our friend and partner, the Executive Director of the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, can do. So let's welcome Dr. Umar Yakubu as he moves the vote of thanks. Thank you, sir. We are honored. This watch is a big stick.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'm going to violate protocol now by not mentioning the government people here because we have a senior citizen. For an 81-year-old man, father, to stand here with so much passion. In fact, I was inspired. So I hope all the young ones, including all of us here, are inspired to draw from what he has said, the kind of life he has lived. He's still very much alive. He will be with us, and I hope we draw inspiration from him. We thank you, sir. Thank you for coming, Professor Jinadu. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So to the next most senior person, I would assume, I'm giving ages to people, Ms. Ojobo Atuluku, who is the chair, board chair of the Agora Policy. She's the mother of the house. Please, she sat here all through, gave the welcome address, so we have to thank her. So now we can take the normal floor members. Dr. Kole Shetima, I think he's in Canada, so right now he's battling the cold. So you would have gone back to sleep. We thank you for coming. All the people of the spoken words, my Oga, Mr. Ohi Alegbe, you know, any serious event, he's one anchoring. Yesterday I saw him, the other day I saw him everywhere. So if you're having a serious event, you know who to meet. Thank you, sir. And all those that gave the goodwill messages, you know, the UK High Commissioner, the World Bank, though they are the World Bank representative, yes, the governor specialist, they were all here, thank you. Then those that did the drama, you know, you have to have a lot of entertainment in all what you do. They all did well, we thank you very much too. The last but not the least, the panelists, that was a wonderful discussion. It's not easy to keep chief executives standing, but you can see their level of commitment because it's anti-corruption. They have sat here, they are not arresting anybody, they are not investigating anybody. They are here to tell you what you are supposed to do. So please, a round of applause for Dr. Abdullahi, actually a professor, and my brothers too, Barrister Magaji, well done for all the work you do, and all the other anti-corruption agencies. Madam Jokia has left, ICPC. So to the panelists, Dr. Abdullahi Bello, Dr. Hoffman, Barrister Magaji, Ms. Yanda, well done. Well done for all the work you do. All the youth, take her number. You are going to learn a lot from her because she's going to reshape your brain using behavioral science so that when you see corruption, you run away. So look for her number. Dr. Chido, where is he? Okay, has gone for another event. Thank you very much. And everybody, but last but not the least, again, the organizers, the Eradua, the MacArthur Foundation, who are always supporting all these programs, staff of the Eradua Center, and those that provided food for us. Thank you, though we have not eaten yet. We thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and we hope you honor us. Oh, yes. Dr. Yusuf, sorry, sir. I missed out. Where are you, sir? Sorry, moderator. Excellent moderation, sorry. You know, there are so many doctors, so I was skipping doctor, sorry. Thank you. My colleague from the CDD too, the other partner we have here. And lastly, Oga, I don't call him Mr., I call him Oga Waziri Adio. Please stand up. Let's recognize you. I know you're a shy person, you only write. But when it comes to writing, he's not shy. He will blast everybody. But in public now, he's a shy person. Thank you for organizing this program, and thank you for all you do for country. Thank you very much. Everybody do have a safe trip.
Thank you very much. Dr. Omar Yakubu, thank you. Thank you. Don't forget my cap. There is an outstanding anti-corruption issue. Prof, we are indeed honored. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our students, NYSC, we thank you all very much for being a part of this process. Thank you. Safe journey back to your various destinations. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.